you I'm not the one who's so far away when I feel the snake bite any time of the years. Ever did I wanna be here again, and I don't remember why I came. time round, I want everybody here. What are you looking at? Looking at me? Yes, you.
Can't hear you. Hello, hello. For VIPs only, bitches. VIPs only. VIPs only. It's showtime. It's showtime. Smile, laugh, dance, sing. Smile, show that grill, niggas. Come on, my niggas. Come on, my niggas. Show that grill, niggas. Come on, my niggas. Show that grill. Come on, my niggas. Show that grill. Show that grill. Get your watermelon out. Oh, yeah. It's showtime. It's showtime, everyone. Yo, what's up, my niggas? What's up, motherfuckers? Come on, my niggas. What you be doing tonight? I ask you, what you be doing tonight, my niggas? I got the biggest watermelons you ever seen. My niggas, you bitches. All right. That was Black Jesus showing up. Black Jesus. It was Black Jesus, everyone. Black Jesus. I love my cult. I love my cult. I love my cult. I have the hottest cult in hell. The hottest cult in hell. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that beautiful? Real men don't beg for shekels on YouTube. On YouTube. A lot of you watch these channels that do beg for shekels. Somehow you don't think there's anything wrong with it. 20 or 30 years ago, easily people would have said, well, they're lazy. They're scammers. They're using you. It would have been obvious to people. It isn't anymore, of course. Even 10 years ago on YouTube, 10 years ago, people would have realized, oh, okay, I see what this is. They're just running channels for money. It's all about the money. It's all about the shekels. It would have been obvious to most, not to all. Some would have fallen for it. There's always some dummies. Are you going to be one of the dummies in this realm that pays demons, scammers, felons, grifters? Is that what you're going to do? If somebody was begging on the street and I told you, listen, don't just believe me. Here's footage of this person a day ago begging all day long for money, and they got $200-$300, maybe $500 for a quote day's work of begging for other people's money rather than doing a job. And then they go behind one of the stores into an alleyway or an area where it isn't a lot of street traffic, and they get picked up by their boyfriend or their pimp in a $150,000 car, a Mercedes or whatever, top of the line, Audi or BMW, whatever, maybe a Porsche, whatever. And you're like, what? I can't believe it. Well, you're naive. Some of you got to drop the ego. It's not me hammering you when I say you don't know what's going on with this stuff. Some of you kind of live in a sheltered bubble. And I don't mean that as an insult, so don't take it that way. There are people that live in countries with hardly any niggas. And they'll say, oh, I know about black people. They're mostly nice. Well, you only know the uppity, wealthy ones that aren't hood rats. You haven't been to the hood. You haven't been to the hood. Come over here to Detroit. We'll take a walk through Detroit during the day, 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Not downtown, not in the area where they've rebuilt everything and there's nice restaurants and little pubs and cool stuff to do and some touristy stuff, and you can get on the little train that goes around, the little elevated train, and do this. No, I mean, let's go to the hood. Let's go to the hood where you say you know the niggas, where it's all blacks and it's all burnt down homes, and there might be one home that's standing on the fucking block, the whole block all the way around. And then there's blocks where there's 2 or 3 houses in a row and they're all hood rats, and all the other houses are abandoned, either burnt out or falling down, or crack houses or crash play. There's a lot of fucking and there's a lot of crime. It's not as bad as it used to be. It's still pretty bad, but I mean, it used to be the murder capital of America for a while. But the population's declined enough. That's the only reason the murder rate went down, because the population keeps going down every decade. It's not good for a city when the population goes down. Your tax base goes down. Things get worse. Shit gets worse. But anyway, go to the hood. I'll show you some real hood niggas. And then go back at night. You say, I don't want to go at night. Why not? They're the same as white people. They're all the same. We're all the same. Right? We're all the same. Well, until reality gives you a fucking smack across the face. Reality metaphorically does that. It's a metaphor. Gives you that smack. It says, wake up. You've been in a bubble asleep your whole fucking life, pretending, oh, I know black people. I have one black neighbor in a whole sea of white people that are middle class or maybe upper middle class. Maybe you're wealthy. You don't have to be a 1%er. You don't have to be a billionaire or have $500 million, but you can be doing fairly, as they say, well financially. That's what humans say. That's what success is in this realm, is all about finances, of course. That's the way people measure success and speak about it. I hardly ever hear, in my whole life, I've hardly ever heard a single person talk about someone being successful unless it relates to money. It's almost a guarantee. When they say so-and-so is successful, you don't have to say spiritually. You know they mean money. Financially, that's how it works here. But anyway, some of you are in a bubble where you've met a couple black people in your lifetime. Fantastic. You haven't met any hood rats from Baltimore or Detroit or St. Louis or Chicago, okay, or New Orleans or California. And I mean just about anywhere, not just Los Angeles area, all over the place. Compton, Long Beach, the hood rats in the gangs. There's gangs all across America. All across America. Any major city, any medium city you go to, and there's not many white gangs. And they'll talk about, well, in prison, there's the Aryans, the Brotherhood, the whites, the skinheads. That's about it. Outside of prison, there's almost nothing in terms of white gangs. It's almost exclusively black and Hispanic, and a little sprinkling here and there of Asian. That's about it. You think about it. For street gangs. Go research it. Instead of shaking their head, arguing, oh, that's racist, that's stereotyping. Why don't you do the research and go, it's true, I can't believe it. I thought it was just a stereotype. This is the level some are at. Many. Well, just a stereotype. You view stereotypes as lies, just the way normies view conspiracies as lies. You don't know what the words mean. That's part of your problem. You don't know what the words even mean that you're using that you think are bad words. Oh, you're stereotyping. You don't know what a stereotype is or how it's formed. A lot of you are dumb. You're ignorant. You use words that you don't understand. And you lack the self-awareness to know that you're doing it. And that's fine. You can say, well, he's bitter or he's negative. I'm just speaking the truth that you don't want to hear. As usual, speaking truth that most of you don't want to hear. You'll say that's racist, that's stereotyping. You don't even know the meaning of the words you use. You don't, especially the lefties. You have no idea. Just a stereotype doesn't even make any sense to say that. If somebody says black people generally like watermelon and fried chicken and playing basketball, and then somebody will chime in, a lefty or a white liberal, oh, that's just a stereotype. No, it isn't. It's based on patterns that are established for decades and observations. It's based on the truth that's observable. Get over it. See, you're going by your feelings. You're not going by the truth of the realm that's observable. It hurts your little feelings because you think, oh, if he says that, he's bad. Not bad at all. That's it. I can say it just like saying that mountain there is a mountain, and they've measured the elevation at 10,000 feet. It's a 10,000 footer. That's not mean. That's not racist. It's just saying what it is. That's all. Some of you have to toughen up to get to the stage as an adult of being able to say what something is without it being related to your fucking feelings and programming and your worries and will the group reject me if I say this and all the shit that some of you seem governed by, ruled by, chained by. You're not nearly as strong as me, and it shows all the time, the ones that behave that way. The ones that are worried to say something because they think someone will call them racist or their little YouTube group won't like them anymore. You're not nearly as strong as I am then. If everyone on my channel suddenly turned on me, what I don't expect to happen at all, but hypothetically, if this happened, I'd be fine. I'm still me. I still see this realm the way it truly is. So if all of a sudden, if everybody here started saying, Stephen is racist, and Stephen is this, and Team Evil says this about him, and you know they were right. He's racist, he's a sexist, he's a bigot, he's a homophobe, he's a transphobe, he's this, he's that, and they just came up with hundreds of labels. So be it. Go away. I'll still be me, and I'll still see the realm the way I see it. Now, I hope my voice doesn't sound as bad tonight as Illumitomi. Excuse me, but I am kind of losing my voice a little bit. But then again, I have been talking a lot and trying to break through layers of skulls that are reinforced like bunkers that don't want to let any truth in. Now, some of you do, but you're exceptions. You should be able to realize that. Wait, not everyone wants the truth because that's the way it is here. Few people want any truth. They just want to carry on the same way that they always are. They don't want to change anything at all. They want to follow the same shit that they've been following for years. Look at this cockroach here. Gat piss. Gat piss. Look at him. Just look at him. Send him away on a door. Get rid of him. Send him away on a fucking door. Send him away. Load him away. Let him splish splash.
Ooh, no.
Get rid of him. Fuck him. Get rid of him. Get rid of him. Oh, there he is. Gat piss. Look at him. He's fucking. It looks like he got bonked in the head. He's seeing stars. He's nuts, man. He's seeing stars. Gat piss worships nature like a foolish slave, like a damn fool, like a damn fool. That's what he does. Like a damn fool. He's a fool. He is a fool. He's a fool. I love my cult. And this is for VIPs only. No scumbags, no douchebags, no cockroaches, no leeches, no trolls, no tapeworms, no thieves, liars, creepy creatures. No creepy creatures, creepy creatures, creepy creatures. Let's get on with the show here. This shit. Oh, the Raging Tomato. Who made this animated intro for her? Who made this shit?
Generally, you said feminism is
here's what actually happened.
The foundation of all money. I'm really mad that
what difference does it make, right? What
Debate. They love to debate, and they're all fucking low IQers. Low class, low morals, low IQ, like flow gaze on there all the time. Just trash. There's Nev, whatever. She's on there. Look at this. Hank in this red. Look at them. The rejects, the absolute fucking rejects of the world are on there. The sewer, cockroaches.
Stop.
The deregulation of the industry is obviously going to cause more of that industry.
To lubricate the trust connection between people.
You know, it's fascinating that they debate so much and they don't even know what this realm is. They'll deny that it's a hell realm. They do everything just for viewers. Conspiracy. Look at it's so obvious what she's doing. 2,000 views. Look at she's got 9,000 subs now. Almost 10,000 subs. Because she's connected. And that's the way it works. That's the way it works. Making money from YouTube and people pay for shit.
Until they have enough.
Yet we could still look at biological reality in determining who's a female, even if there are.
Why don't you denounce feminism the same way you're denouncing capitalism? If you don't,
For something to be objective, it needs to be verifiable, and you can't verify.
If I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong.
Look at this science, politics. Her big intro here. Look at this. Creepy creatures. Fucking hell, man. Mad Monday. Society should acknowledge, tolerate, and even accept female promiscuity. Well, she's a hoe herself, isn't she? Maybe that's why she's pushing that. The Chucky doll that banned me. The Chucky doll there with the Chucky doll eyes.
Ovaries or Stone Age instincts. It's about low sexual satisfaction and misalignment with personal values. If she wanted it and it was good, she almost never regrets it. So where does the harm come from? From how society treats women who have sex. In a 2023 hiring bias study, women perceived as promiscuous were rated less competent, seen as less trustworthy, and considered less hireable, not because they lacked any skill. But
they actually are less trustworthy, though, promiscuous women. Not just in relationships, they are in all ways. That's why you never trust a hoe. You never try to make a hoe a housewife. This is ancient wisdom. You can laugh at it. It sounds funny. You can't make a hoe into a housewife. But it's always been that way. As far as we can tell. If she's promiscuous, you can't trust her with your money. Can't trust her with loyalty, not to cheat on you. I wouldn't trust her in business. I wouldn't say, what were you? Oh, you were a hooker for years? Do you want to be my business partner? No, men aren't stupid. But this Ryan that calls this, who I've never seen him before, so I have nothing against him. He's coming across like a lefty liberal, pushing for, nothing wrong with promiscuous women. And look where he is. He's on a channel with fucking losers, of course.
But because they violated an unspoken purity rule. That stigma is costing women real opportunities. Now, where does this stigma come from? Perceived as promiscuous were rated less competent, seen as less trustworthy, and considered less ovaries or Stone Age instincts. It's about low sexual satisfaction and misalignment with personal values. If she wanted it and it was good, she almost never regrets it. So where does the harm come from?
What's Ghosty puffing away on? What does she look like? She looks like the average Canadian hoe.
How society treats women who have sex. In a 20
Now, I don't know if she's Canadian or American, but she does the Jack Talcott thing where they rise up out of the
23
seat.
hiring bias
Always like it's like she's butthurt. She needs one of those donut pillows to sit her ass on.
Study, women perceived as promiscuous were rated less competent, seen as less trustworthy, and considered less hireable, not because they lacked any skill, but because they violated.
A lot of them have a masculine look. I'm not saying it's male, but the jaw, the face, a lot of them don't look feminine. They just don't. And then they're hoes. Because they think, well, I got to make up for it somehow. I'm not pretty. I've got to go out and fuck hundreds of guys. And that's what some of them do.
An unspoken purity rule. That stigma is costing women real opportunities. Now, where does this stigma come from? According to the economist Anki Becker, in a 2024 paper, the harshest anti-promiscuity norms come from pastoralist societies where men were gone for long stretches, and to guarantee paternity, they needed to lock down female sexuality. That control hardened into anti-abortion laws, modesty culture, mobility restrictions, and yes, even genital mutilation in some cases. Not to protect women, obviously, but to monitor them. And yes, some women help enforce it too. Intrasexual competition is women shaming other women to gain power in a male-dominated system. Right, Paige? You don't have to be a man to uphold patriarchy. You just have to be willing to police other women's freedom. And the consequences are measurable. One study found that perceived stigma, not shame, not risk, but just the fear of being judged, cut STI testing rates nearly in half for both men and women. So let's be clear that shame is not protecting people, it's silencing them. Final words. Female promiscuity does not hurt women. Punishing them for it does. If you care about health, dignity, or safety, stop defending shame, stop pretending that stigma is neutral, and ask who benefits from keeping women quiet, scared, and small. Because the danger is obviously not women having too much sex. It's a culture that punishes them for choosing it.
Thank you, Ryan. Ghosty to you.
Okay, so my opening statement covers some adult topics, so hopefully everybody in the chat can be all adults here about this, but the debate prompt states, should female promiscuity be tolerated, acknowledged, or even accepted? For decades, male promiscuity has been tolerated, acknowledged, and accepted, sometimes even infidelity. And
so this is just a bunch of lefties, quote, debating, trying to sound intellectual when they're just a bunch of degenerates. That's what it looks like. They come across that way. Would I hang out with or befriend anybody on that panel? No. In real life? No. On the internet? No. No, I wouldn't. Would I trust them? No. Do they want society moving in a way that degrades everyone and everything from children to adults to just making it a hedonistic hellhole, a shithole of STDs? That seems to be what they want. Seems to be. Do I think they would all raise their hand and say they want everyone to be able to just walk in a clinic and get abortions and terminate the life of babies? I bet they would. I don't trust any of the creatures on the screen. You can think what you want, but I see what they are.
sometimes even tolerated, acknowledged, and accepted by their own wives. I know many will argue, well, men and women are different. But when we look at divorce rates compared to how many sexual partners somebody has, male and female data is almost identical, only off by a percentage point or two. This data is often misused in this context to make a point that the more sexual partners someone has, the more likely they will end up in an unsatisfactory marriage or divorce. But the same data disproves this. Women who had 2 sexual partners before marrying have higher divorce rates than women with 3 to 9 sexual partners. And in the 80s and 90s, women with 2 partners had higher divorce rates than women with 10 or more partners. This disproves that the amount of sexual partners correlates to divorce rates. Plus, even if we ignore the 2-partner data, none of this research shows that the amount of sexual partners is the causal factor for divorce rates. There are many better explanations for this data, including religion, personality types, childhood environmental factors, and much more. Shaming or slut shaming does not prevent women from being promiscuous. Although shaming can be useful in some instances, it is rarely a preventative. People usually just end up hiding these things or being untruthful about them. We can shame drug addicts all we want, but that doesn't stop them from doing drugs. It only causes addicts who need help to continue to hide and lie about their addiction. This is the same for female promiscuity.
Get rid of shame. Just enable people to do anything. No judgment, no shame is what they're pushing for. Look at Vancouver. Look at East Hastings Street in Vancouver. There's no shame there, and there's people bent over on tranquilizers, drugs. They're homeless. They're bums. They're smelly. They'll steal. It's just disgusting, and that's what society's turning into. A shameless society. No judgment. No matter what you do, you could be the worst drug addict in the world. You can have 18 children to make money, make thousands and thousands of dollars a month of welfare, they call it. And this is what they defend. People are like, oh, yeah, no judgment, no shame at all, ever, no matter what you do. Oh, it's wonderful. It's wonderful. Have 20 children and live in welfare housing, welfare alley, or I'm trying to think of what they call it in the States, Section 8 or something. It's got a strange name. But it's the projects, it's welfare housing. Council estates, it sounds weird to my ears. In the UK, they call it council estates and all this stuff. An estate here is usually a stately home, like it's the opposite. An estate here would be certain areas that are wealthy, gated communities with big homes, not welfare alley.
And this hiding or untruthfulness leads to all sorts of problems, such as confusion between men and women in certain dating circumstances. Women lie about their body counts or say no when they mean yes, causing a lot of confusion for guys, and sometimes leads to some guys always thinking no actually does mean yes, when really sometimes no just means no. But sometimes it's hard to tell if women feel too ashamed to tell him yes right away because she doesn't want to come off as too easy. Sorry about him in the background. There are a lot of other issues that come from shaming.
Sorry about who in the background. You can't even go on a live stream without talking. They're all smiling. It's like, where are you? Where are you fucking live streaming from? Look at the smiles there. They're all smiling. Because there's noise in the background. That makes them happy somehow.
Women's sexual freedom, especially in younger and experienced women and girls.
Yeah, you women, whether you're younger or what, you can have as much sex as you want. You can have a body count of 100, 200, which is not uncommon these days. But men are not going to marry you. There are consequences. Do what you want, but don't cry and complain when you're 35 and you say, nobody wants to marry me. Obviously. Go find a guy like that Ryan guy. Maybe he will. Maybe some wimpy liberal will. That just cucks for women's bad behavior. Go ahead, find him. Maybe he will. But a lot of women want to get married and they're not getting married anymore. Part of that is your behavior. Simple. Not going to marry a hoe. Most men won't. You might find 1 out of 1,000, 1 out of 10,000, but most men are not marrying anymore. We're done.
Some women feel pressured to stay with her boyfriend after she slept with him just because society tells her she has less value now. She might feel worthless or used up after sleeping with one boyfriend. The likeliness of marrying your first boyfriend or first sexual partner is extremely low and should not be recognized as something normal or right.
Yeah, you never marry your first boyfriend anymore. That almost never happens. And I know women will say the anecdotal, that's what women do. They'll say, I know someone who married their high school sweetheart. Yes, it exists, but think bigger. It's 1 out of millions potentially. It's not the norm, it's the exception. And women are experts at pointing out the exceptions and ignoring the rule. That's what women do. Modern women do that better than anyone on earth, but any category. Modern women of all races do that. They'll point to one exception and say, over there, they would do that with marriage. If there was one marriage in the last 20 years in their hometown church, they'd point and say, I was at a wedding there. Well, great. There used to be weddings every week. The number of marriages has dropped. You just don't notice. You're not aware because you focus on, I remember their wedding. That's the way women think. They don't see the big picture. They don't. You can look at a table full of junk and pick out the exception that's different, but you don't see the big picture that it's junk. That's a problem in society. That's why women are not great at running societies. You're much better at finding my keys, my house keys, car keys, any type of keys on a table full of stuff. I might not be able to spot them because I just see all the junk and I see the big picture where women will say the keys are right here. But you're not good at running a society because you don't see the big picture. Women will point out one exception and say, there's still marriages. I was at a wedding 3 years ago. And I'll point to the data saying hardly anyone gets married anymore. The marriage rate is the lowest in the history of statistics taken in Canada and the UK. And you'll point to one wedding. Oh, there's still weddings. You don't see the big picture. There are a couple. That's called an exception. And it's unfortunate, but most women cannot do that. They can't see, oh, okay, that is an exception. And I'm just going by the anecdotal here. I wish the women would see that saying it. I'm doing what they should do. They should say, I'm just going by the anecdotal. I'm not looking at the data. I'm not looking at all of Great Britain and saying hardly any people are marrying anymore. You don't want to face that because that's true. And women are not exactly known as ones that love to face the truth. They'd rather point to the one exception out of 10,000 or a million and say, over there, look over there. There's one that got married. So what? How does that help society? Lowest marriage rate in the history of UK taking data for marriages, and in America and in Canada. It's across the West. Is that a wake-up call for women? No, because they'll say, well, I have a friend that got married. That's women's mentality. They don't think bigger. They think very small. I was at a wedding. It's all personal with women. They'll say, I was at a wedding. Great, great, great. But you miss the big picture? That's very common with most women.
There's also the issue of female orgasms and how less common this occurs compared to men. Some men don't believe in female orgasms or even prioritize them. Women are taught to feel ashamed for experimenting with self-pleasure. Meanwhile, teenage boys are usually get a talk to learn how to flush it down the toilet or something like this, and it's totally normalized. A healthy sex life is critical to a healthy relationship, and this kind of unacceptance of female sexuality has been affecting relationships and marriages negatively for decades or longer. And yeah, there's a lot more stuff, but that's my opening statement.
I like her opening statement because it's all anti-men and women are victims. Classic feminism. And look at the smile of the cuck beside her. Ryan, is he giving thumbs up?
Thank you, Ghost.
Oh, he just gave 2 thumbs up. The liberal cuck beside her. He's doing what he was trained to do by feminism.
Has been affecting relationships and marriages negatively for decades or longer. And yeah, there's a lot more stuff, but that's my opening statement.
Thank you, Ghost.
There's his 2 thumbs up. And it's the classic decades-long narrative of feminism. Women victims, men bad, patriarchy bad, boys are privileged, men are privileged, women are victims, women are oppressed. And he gives the thumbs up. I'd never seen him until this live stream here. I know exactly what he is. They're that simple to read. They're easy to figure out.
Ghosty.
She's got to hit her vape. I wonder if she has any tattoos like on her titties, on her ass, maybe above her vagina. Maybe she has nipple piercings or labia piercings.
Cleaner to you, and I did mute you just because the noise. You'll have to unmute.
All right. Paige and I will be destroying our opposition by showing their support of the following societally destructive concepts during the debate. Populace-level behavioral modification, a concept of modifying a population's perceived less intelligent people's beliefs.
So they have to read their opening statements They couldn't just talk on the fly. They have to script it out. They have to read from a monitor. All three of them so far have been reading. They script out their opening statements. Why can't you just speak, think, and speak? Why?
Through usage of miswording rhetoric. An example, Cardi B says, I am a strong, independent women. She uses women instead of woman, creating a subconscious push in a singular woman's mind to join the sisterhood hive mind in support of women. Single vector oppositional brainwashing.
Most women are hive-minded by nature. I don't like that. I wish it wasn't true. But when they live together, their periods sync up to compete for men. And overall, they are hive-minded. They tend to agree with each other. Now, some women hate each other, of course. Some will say she's a bitch and they hate her. But women are they're more hive-minded than men in general. Now, are there some soy boys that are hive-minded? Yeah. There are some femme little boys like Tom S. and some of the others in the demon verse and truthers, as they call themselves, truther sheep. Yeah, but they're low T. They're not masculine men. Masculine men are not hive-minded. Masculine men are not hive-minded. Do I think Ghosty's probably a hoe? I think she is, and she sides with this because she has shame and she wants to get rid of it by saying, well, if I normalize all of this behavior, then it's okay what I've done. And that's the tactic some women use. They try to normalize things in society to alleviate their own guilt and shame, because guilt and shame is something women can't handle feeling. But women overall in modern society can't handle their own feelings. That's why so many of them throw tantrums and get upset and triggered and yell and scream and act like 2-year-olds. As grown women, they act like 2-year-olds quite often.
Setting the prompt and then building evidence around the prompt that only supports the prompt while ignoring all credible sources that are against the prompt, or discounting those sources by saying, I will have to research or read that evidence, study, or data later. Emotional dysregulation, not being able to control one's personal emotions, allowing clouding of judgment and the logical thinking processes. Salvation whitewash concept, and this is the most important one for this debate, believing that through forcing a population to accept a worldview that does not shame or demonize the negative behavior, you can manipulate the populace into performatively accepting a world that is less restrictive on negative behaviors, increasing your personal acceptance and status by that populace. The concept of promiscuity.
That guy opened his mouth. Did he have rotten teeth, or did I just see that incorrectly? It looked like he had some rotten teeth, which is nothing new in the demon verse. Most of them are just rotting away, rotting.
Is a strong correlate for behavior that has led to the higher moral superiority of women no longer being an understood norm for the general population. An example of this is women in the past being able to voice concerns in various ways to get specific pubs or bars shut down temporarily or permanently because they were morally destructive for the community. Nowadays, if a woman or a group of women voices a moral concern, the vast population laughs at the women and does not take them seriously. Female promiscuity enforces the objectivity mindset that women have no emotional or intangible value because they only see themselves as a sexual object. This is a concept that higher moral women fought against for a very long portion of human history and has only recently become a concept that small portions of socially popular women have adopted and pushed on others. In the past, women used to be the prize in the mind of the man because she was a good woman. Women engaging in men's most demonized and negative behaviors has created a society that views women as not the prize in men's minds anymore and equal to the most disgusting and degenerate of men in society, thus making women generally seen as less than human and only a sex object.
All you have to do is look at porn and see what women do in porn for a few dollars, or what women do for porn for OF for $5 subscription a month that incels pay for. Women have lowered their value in the West in modern times. They absolutely have in the past 10, 20, 30 years. Absolutely. If that hurts your feelings, too bad, because it's true. and you don't want to acknowledge the truth. That's what it is. It shows you're weak, you're feelings based. That hurts to hear, but it's true.
You're muted, Sarah.
Thank you. I apologize. Cleaner, I do think you're visually frozen. We could still hear everything, but yeah, it's okay. Don't worry. We'll figure it out. Paige, the floor is open to you.
Alrighty. The prompt today is whether or not society should acknowledge, accept, and even tolerate female promiscuity. In short, my position on all three is a capital N-O. This is because doing so would ultimately lead, and does lead currently, to the extent this is true in modernity, to bad outcomes for society. Shocker. I will illustrate that the only people who benefit from female promiscuity are either those who gain financially from it, such as those in the sex industry, or to be blunt, people who just want to see the world burn. We know statistically that since the popularization,
A lot of beings are not moral. Look at the smirk on this face here, Ghosty. She wants to be a you know what. That's what. And they do want to see the world burn. They're evil. They want women and girls to be dragged down, to be degenerate. That's what lefties want. And a lot of women applaud them. You go, girl. Don't judge. No shame for anything they do. Some of the things they do in porn is absolutely disgusting. And women will support it, saying, well, they're strong and independent. Do you want to be valued, or do you want to be viewed as just trashy sluts? It's up to you. It's up to women as a group, not just individually. But as a group, women are not doing themselves any favors in modern times. You're letting the lefties speak for you and decide what you should be and what you should be viewed as. That's reality. Most women are lefties. It's probably 80-something%. There might be I would say it's under 20% that are even close to approaching conservative at all. Most women are lefties, and that's the way it is in Canada and United States, in any Western country.
of promiscuity, in particular, expanded access to the corn
Look at the smiles and smirks, and look at the chin on this one. The chin on Ghosty.
Industry and formats such as OF, that loneliness is on the rise. And this is not just amongst women, but it is also amongst men. For instance,
How much to see your butthole? How much to see you insert things in your butthole? Well, $5 a month on OF is about what they charge. And men pay it that can't get a girlfriend. And then women will say, why do they pay for that? They could view free porn all over, videos, images. Yeah, of course you can on the internet. But they want a, quote, girlfriend experience. They want to be lulled into believing that this girl wants them or something. That's what they want. These men aren't just looking for naked women. They're looking for emotional connection. That's what they're looking for.
men going their own way movement gained popularity initially as early as 2000, and it doesn't show any signs of stopping. This is because men have an intrinsic biological desire to, oh my gosh, secure paternity. This becomes increasingly more difficult when a woman has exhibited promiscuous behaviors, such as sleeping around, holding a roster, or being involved in the sex industry. The fact that a higher rate of female promiscuity is correlated with lower rates of marriage is hardly coincidental. There is also the matter of happiness in correlation with female promiscuity. We see this via former sex workers who make videos online about how their life now is ruined following their foray into the sex industry, and how now they are not only unable.
What a shocker! Their hindsight is 2020. Their life is ruined after they did years in the sex industry. They call it a sex industry, like it's work, and they've normalized all this stuff. Most women today, whether they're 20, 30, will say, yeah, it's normal. This is all normal. Porn on your phones is normal. It's all normal. To most women, they're not against any of this. They'll say, well, they have to pay their bills. They have to make money somehow. That's what women do too. They make excuses. Now, this Paige isn't, but she's an exception in her views. Her views are not the norm at all that I've seen in my lifetime. Most women support other women doing whatever they want for money. They just have a you go girl attitude. You go girl, you get that money. Well, go ahead, ruin yourself. ruin your reputation, ruin your body, get STDs, be someone that men view as, oh, that's trash. I'm not going to marry that. Go ahead. See, men tell you the truth and say, well, you're going to wreck yourself. And women go, fuck, what do you know? You're a man. You don't know anything. You're a straight white man. I'm going to listen to my girls that say it's strong and empowered. And that's what you do. Millions of women do porn these days. Millions and millions. It's not a few porn stars. For the women that might be out of touch, older women, it's millions and millions of women that do porn. Now, why am I emphasizing? Because you're clueless. Some of you argue about this stuff. You haven't done a drop of research. You have opinions, but you don't know what the fuck's going on. There's millions of them doing porn these days. And then the gasping women, that's someone's daughter. That could be, yeah, well, that's what women supported. You supported women doing porn. So why are you so pretending to be fainting when a man says that they're a hoe, or, oh, that's someone's daughter that you're talking about and her tits are out? Well, she's obviously trying to get attention. You never scold the women, though, whether they're young women or whatever. Most women never say, well, what are your tits out for and your ass out? You'll just scold men for looking or making a comment. Oh, that's someone's daughter. Yeah, and they're dressed like a hoe. Why don't you focus on that? They're going out dressed like a hoe with their ass cheeks showing and their titties out. And makeup like a hoe, like a hooker. I never hear women saying that in public. They'll just, if a man makes a comment, how dare you? That's someone's daughter. Really? Someone's daughter that's probably charging $5 a month on OnlyFans to do nasty stuff, do anything. Great. You kind of have a little bit misplaced blame and don't quite understand. If you want a society of hoes, you got it, but it's going to go downhill. And then I'll point to you women with daughters and say, you're raising a daughter in a society like this and you supported this. Then you really don't have a right to complain when it gets worse. You wanted this. You defended it. And you shamed men that said what it is. You tried to use shaming language and tried to blame men for it, for what women wear, and for women choosing to do porn. You're blaming men for women's choices, degenerate choices. And men are tired of being blamed for your fucking choices.
Able to have romantic relationships, but they also have what's called a public reputation crisis. For example, the former wife to Hugh Hefner and Playboy bunny Crystal Hefner and her housemate Holly Madison, who have both been very public about their time with Playboy being a negative experience, or Julia Fox, a now actress and model who was a sex worker as young as college, who has openly discouraged women from embarking upon the career. Generally, these women are not viewed favorably after they reach a certain age and are no longer in demand for the very thing they made their fleeting money on, or at the very least have deep-seated regrets which followed them throughout their life. I want to remind the audience that this prompt is about whether or not society should attribute these things to a positive outcome, not whether or not it is good for Sophie Rain that she makes $40 million a year on OF, or great for Bonnie Blue that she bought a customized Lamborghini recently. These are individualistic benefits and not applicable to the prompt. An individual woman's satisfaction as to whether or not promiscuity benefits her is not relevant to whether or not that promiscuity results in better outcomes for society. I challenge my opponents to bring forth any legitimate claims as to how society benefits from female promiscuity and why it should give female promiscuity the go-ahead, other than that women who engage with this behavior may feel less shame if we give them the go-ahead socially and are thus more likely to continue in their promiscuity, thus compounding the issue. That's my opening.
Thank you, Paige. And as a kind reminder to the audience, we will get through our open dialogue at around 11:15. We'll move into closing statements. We will read and respond to all of your kind super chats. And then, of course, our favorite part of the evening, we will move into open panel dumpster fire, where you, the audience, can jump on, ask your questions, and have some fun. Ladies and gentlemen, I leave the floor open to you.
You want to start, Ghosty, or do you want me to dive in?
I just wanted to respond really quick to something Paige was saying, and it had to do with your opening statement, Ryan. The reason that these sex workers, the majority reason for why the sex workers say they end up regretting it or they're unhappy in life is because of the unacceptance and intolerance of female promiscuity in society. So there's a lot of people who just judge them, shame them, call them names, all the shit, and they have to live with that for their life because of the unacceptance. So it's not because it's not the actual sex work that's making them unhappy.
Yeah, and I'll actually piggyback on that because there's actually two parts to what I'm pointing out there, and it has to do with the social shame around people after experiencing or after like having sex, and also additionally whether or not they're like enjoying or consenting or like willing to do what they are doing in the first place. So a lot of sex workers also obviously have horror stories of being coerced into really disgusting situations, and that is obviously not going to make them feel very good afterwards either. So yeah, both of these are not attributed to promiscuity; they are attributed to men taking advantage of women and social shame surrounding it.
2 points on that, if I can start. Unless Cleaner, you wanted to go first.
No, go ahead.
Yeah. So just on the first point with respect to shame, so I don't think either of you are going to deny that sexual promiscuity is at an all-time low in terms of shame compared to what it was in, you know, the 60s, the 50s, or, you know, if we're going back as far as medieval times when a woman's virginity was prized as like the one thing she had to have going into a marriage. Women that were, like, for lack of a better word, loose, were openly shamed around town, and it was a lot like...
No hymen, no diamond. Do I think Ghosty is loose? Yes, I would bet on it. Sarah, yeah, I would bet on that too. I would bet on it. Look at Ghosty's chin. She's got the masculine feature there.
Less common.
She really does. And she has shifty eyes. She's got the shifty eyes.
Back then, I don't think that there is necessarily a bad thing about shame when it results to positive societal outcomes, which is again what we're talking about here. We're not talking about whether Becky feels a bit less, you know, conscious of the fact that nobody's going around calling her the town bicycle in high school because she slept with 9 guys in her grade. We're talking about whether or not Becky ends up with a good life outcome after that, after people have been talking about her high school experience for most of her 20s. And with respect to the point of exploitation, I think the encouragement of this industry just adds to that more. We know that specifically human TRA FFICKING is directly related to the corn industry. This is something that popularizing it and allowing for more avenues to it does actually result in an increase. I don't see how it could not. It's just a statistical point. So that would be my position on those two. And I'm welcome to hear counters, but Cleaner, you might have something to say on it, right?
Yeah, I'm a little curious if you two are familiar with Layla Micklethwait. Do you know who that is? You know who she is?
Nope.
No.
She's a lawyer that for about the past 6 or 7 years now has been trying to get all of the snafficking removed from corn sites, and the highest one that she's been trying to get it removed from was Cornhub. So they've lost over 97% of their content because 97% of their content was found to be illegal. And because of the promiscuity of women, the places that they put themselves in, they made themselves a lot easier to be targeted by these nefarious men that would do this, or women, whichever it is that's doing it to them.
And just to add on that really quick too, in terms of the benefit, the net benefit to women that are engaging in OF, like a lot of these creators are not Sophie Rain or Bonnie Blue. They're people that literally have like $500 a month, and those photos, those videos are out there forever.
Okay,
Yeah,
right.
well,
Are we saying that not all jobs have like consequences? You know what I mean? Like
Not like that.
Also, the topic's not sex work, right? It's about promiscuity generally.
Yeah. True, but like also
directly
sometimes working in
sex work
service
would
work
deal
could
with
be
promiscuity.
just as degrading as sex work, to be honest. Like it depends like if you enjoy what you're doing. Now, if you're doing it just because you're in a hard spot and you really need money and you don't actually want to do sex work, that's a different situation. But if you're actually doing it because you enjoy it, maybe you don't make $6,000 a month or something, but you make an average living, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's just like any other job, and certain jobs have certain hazards. So I don't know, like obviously we want to stop trafficking, but again, I don't think that has anything to do with female promiscuity.
What
And
if
it sounds
every
like you
woman did
said
that?
there's a huge amount. You said there's a huge amount of content that's been removed. So it sounds like we're moving in the right direction, getting rid of a lot of the content that people didn't consent to being posted. Sounds like the processes are starting to be in place, so more people are protected. That's a good thing, right?
Right, because there's a massive pushback against the promiscuous behavior, the corn industry and promiscuous behavior in general.
There's
that's
pushback
happening.
against illegal trafficking behavior. That's the pushback.
No,
Yeah,
that's
and I don't
not
think
the
it's
only
I think it's like
pushback.
feminists and stuff who are
I mean,
the
you can
ones on,
you
like,
can make
the
an
front lines of this.
assumption because you probably
Yeah.
haven't read any of the articles that we've read or done any of the research we've done. That just leads back to what I was talking about earlier, which is your confirmation bias. You're only going to look up data that has to do specifically with your side of things. You're not
I
going to look
didn't.
up.
I looked up
I looked
opposite
up
opposing
research
data.
on both sides so that
Me
I try
too.
and have an understanding of what it is that you would be talking about and whether or not you would have any good points.
Yeah, I searched kind of neutrally, and it just seems like it leaned towards what I'm saying here, like almost overwhelmingly, I would argue.
I looked up opposing data as well, and yeah, there just wasn't a lot to back it up. It like when we're talking about the marriage rates, like there might be a correlation, but again, because of the women who had 2 partners before marrying is higher anyways, that like there really isn't a correlation. But even if you ignore that, that's not a causal factor. Correlation does not always equal causal, and there's none of the research proves that having more sexual partners leads to not being able to pair bond or higher, like that's the cause for the higher divorce
Hey.
rates. It's usually a personality type
Hey,
issue,
everyone.
or religion usually keeps people together. That's why you see.
Hey everyone, Restream was not updating. Good morning to Wendy. Hello, Anthony. Hello, Louise. Good to see you. Good to see you, the green man. Sorry about my voice. It's coming in and out. Excuse me. Hello, everyone. Hello to Salty Siren. I was not getting anything in the chat. For some reason, I thought people were viewing and nobody was chatting. Now I switched over to YouTube to see the chat, and I see everyone. So I don't know what the fuck is going on with Restream, but nothing is showing up in my chat. Fucking hell, man. If it isn't one thing, it's another. I should have known to check this, but I just carried on with the stream. I'm going to put the comments here on the screen. I don't know what is wrong with Restream. It's done this one other time, I think, where the comments did not show up in the studio where I view everything, the activity. Anyway, it's frustrating. There's a lot of shit frustrating me lately, and this is one of them. So I did not see your comments until I went to my YouTube window. I did not see any of your comments at all tonight till just now, till I switched windows. So that's frustrating. But hello, everyone. Hello. Normally I would greet you, and I couldn't see anything. I thought, hey, maybe everyone's asleep. Maybe it's just demons lurking watching the stream. I didn't know. I didn't fucking know what was going on with this, but there's no comment showing up backstage. I'm going to take a screenshot just to show everyone. I'm an hour, 29 minutes into the stream, and there's 0 comments showing for me where I view the streams with Restream, with the studio view. Nothing. They should be on the right where it says, anyway, to my team that I'm sharing with. Just nothing. Fucking nothing is there. It's incredible, but what else is new, right? There's always something going on. Some technical glitch, difficulty, some screw up in life, some thing that There's always something fucked up, it seems like. It just does. So anyway, I'm not even going to cover more of this. I'm kind of bored of this. I was just kind of covering it because I didn't think anyone was even participating in the chat room. I didn't see a single comment. I saw nothing. So I don't know what happened with Restream. This sucks though. I'm going to see if I can change anything in my settings. Oh man, I don't know what happened. Oh, now I'm getting errors. An error occurred. Please try again later. And they're telling me to view on YouTube. So I don't know what the fuck is wrong here, but this sucks. I hope you still hear me because I'm playing around with settings. And it's showing I'm still live, but anyway, what the fuck is going on with this? Okay. There's a bit of a delay, and we have 14 people tuned in, 11 likes it's showing on YouTube. I'm not going to play more of that. I'm just kind of bored with their little debate. But now I have to flip windows more often, tabs, just to run the stream. So that kind of sucks. I'm going to be clicking with my mouse a lot more with this stream.
Next to me after she got off, and
What's shit?
Morning, and I got shit to do. What, you just came up to start shit? She did.
She's got shit to do. Listen to the way these degenerates talk. You just came up to start shit? I got shit to do, Big Cynthia said.
Hey, at least hell yeah, man.
And they're talking all at the same time, of course.
Well, he's next to me after she got off, and
Well, she said she wasn't going anywhere. And
what'd she say? Are you let's see. You sure that wasn't any setup?
I knew that was
I remember when that fucking moron thought I was going to pay him to get on his stage, that I was going to Cash App him. He's such a low IQ retard that he can't even figure out anyone. The panel verse, the demon verse, is full of low class, low IQ, degenerate demons and cockroaches. That's all they are.
something to y'all. Let me explain something to y'all about YouTube and about being in touch with yourself. Like when things are happening, spidey senses go off. You could be dead and asleep, and something will tell you, "Oh, yours down." You need to get up.
Like I didn't make
morning, and I got shit to do.
What, you just came up to start shit?
She did.
They're all so gross. But it's normal to most people that watch this shit. They watch these shit channels, and I call them shit channels. Everything I call them bothers them, but they're absolute shit. And people think it's all normal. They watch this gross shit. Let's cover this here. This is From One Age into Another. Archaics with a little video. 593 likes. People love this shit. They love it. They love it.
We all know it's coming. The restlessness, the chaos, the world a circus of 1,000 shows, each vying for our attention. The unease we feel is because we have been here before. We have experienced this baffling, ridiculous scenario of everything making no sense at all. These are the death throes of an age. This is not the first world we've lost. When a world is on the cusp of dying, those who know they are to drown with it struggle desperately, to drag as many souls with them into the coming abyss. It is during these instabilities that the awakened souls realize they have outgrown their contemporaries. The students have ascended their masters. And the truly alive will see that the death of a world only means the birth of another. Who you choose to be during this transition will echo all the way into the next world. The apocalypse has always been about removing the veil between worlds so we can pass on through it.
Here you go, everyone. Here's Archaics with the pyramid and the capstone and the sun symbol. My phoenix. He's got a phoenix symbol here. I'll share a link for this in case people want to pay for these products. And I'm not insulting people that are my mods, but there are lots of people that come on my channel defending this shit. And he sells all kinds of stuff. You want to defend a grapist, it's not just that he's selling stuff. It's what he is. And this is what some of you want. I know it's true. There's people that tune into my channel that defend this shit. It's got the pyramid and the phoenix. Archaics. He even has a Negro modeling it. A Negro here. Right here. It's good stuff. Break free or die trying. Does anyone want this mug from a kidnapper? You can't make this shit up, but I know there's a lot of you that want to be in denial and think that everybody hates him. I've heard people say that. No, they don't. I wish you'd just tell the truth, that you're in a world that supports this. I wish you'd face the truth and start facing the truth. It's beyond his voice. Before I shared this, I knew it was going to just be comments on the voice. But a lot of people love a convicted rapist, a kidnapper. And they do. They absolutely do. As much as some of you deny it, shake your heads, you're wrong. I'm speaking to people on my channel. Some of you are wrong. You're wrong. And it's so much beyond just his voice. But people love this creature. And you're going to start learning one way or another. I'm going to keep sharing it. I'm going to keep fucking showing it. And showing it and showing it and showing it. Till it really sinks in with people. Till they have nowhere to shake their head and run away and pretend that it isn't true. You're going to have to face it, or you'll have to leave my channel. And some will leave, as they've done in the past, because they don't want to face the truth. They'd rather deny, and say nobody likes him, nobody. And I'll just keep pushing and pushing and pushing until it fucking gets through to you. Here's his slogan. You'll say nobody likes it. He makes a living off this. So obviously people are supporting him. He's got almost 200,000 subscribers. So yes, humanity does support this. They absolutely do. They buy his stickers, his mugs, his shirts, clothing. Any product he puts out, they buy it. Break free or die trying. He has that right on his van. Ladies. That might be the last thing some people see. Break free or die trying. Well, maybe a kidnapper and a rapist shouldn't have that on their vehicle. It's not just on his mug, it's on his vehicle. Can't make this shit up, but people want to be in denial. I know his voice is cringe. I've been saying that for years, but it's a little bit deeper than the cringe voice. Creepy van. Break free or die trying. It all fits. And people love it. People love it. Break free or die trying. It's wonderful. Isn't it? Is it wonderful? Give him lots and lots of money and pretend that people don't. Just say nobody supports him, Stephen. Oh, yeah, they do. You're in denial. You're lying to me. And I don't like people lying to me. I don't want them around on my channel. Don't bother coming to my channel if you're going to try to lie to me and pretend. I don't want that. The ghost of Jack's past. Somebody told me who this is.
Stephen, thank you for your patience and your return.
You're welcome. Are you going to apologize for calling me a leech?
Well, before I apologize, do you understand why I said it?
Because this is what narcs do before he apologize. He never ended up apologizing. This is the game that narcissists play. This is what they do. They never take responsibility. This is what they do. Because you're a narcissistic leech.
Okay.
You're evil. See what I did? I called him out for his behavior. Watch this.
Well, before I apologize, do you understand why I said it?
Because you're a narcissistic leech.
Okay,
You're
if that's what you believe, then of course you demand or insist upon an apology because you
demand or insist upon an apology. Do you ever wonder why his son doesn't want to be around him? He's showing you what he is. This is a small clip here. And I think whoever clipped this knows what I'm doing and knows what Jack is deep down.
convicted me already. But
well,
do you care to know why?
So they spin it around saying, you convicted me already. You called me a leech and you can't apologize. You're deflecting. That's what narcs do. Why didn't you just apologize for what you did? You're a narcissistic leech. This was a clip from a long time ago, people, the ones that can't fathom things are stored on the internet. This wasn't from today. Okay? Notice his fireplace and the love sign and the clothing that he's wearing. This was from months ago. So this was from a while ago. All right.
I said what I said.
Why did you say it?
I asked you, do you care to know?
Yes. I care to know. Why did you say it?
I described you as a leech because it was the first word that came to mind. You're not alone. I don't judge you for it.
It was the first word that came to mind to call me a leech. And then there are people on YouTube that defend these creatures and they'll say, well, why does Stephen call them cockroaches? Why does Stephen call them Team Evil? I'm showing you why. I've shown you why all along, but some of you haven't paid attention. And some of it, you in your mind don't want to learn. You don't want to learn. All you want to do is say, I don't like his voice. I don't like him. Why are you showing Jack Talcott again? And you don't want to learn. And if you don't want to learn, you won't learn. And if you don't want to learn, you shouldn't be here. You're on the wrong channel. You shouldn't be here with me or wasting my time. That's people that I've even given a chance to. I remember Uni took off over the Talcott thing. She just said, I don't like it. It's boring. I don't like that. And just was complaining and critical. Well, I'm doing this content for free. If you don't like it, leave. That's all. That's all you have to do if you don't like it. People that don't understand that it's bigger than Jack Talcott. I'm showing you what narcissists sound like. And so is the person that made this clip and made this little channel here. Do I think everyone will get it? No, I don't think everyone on my channel will get it, much less in this realm. There's people that don't pay attention to what's being shown, shared, taught. Most people don't. They don't get it. They'll just sum it up as you hate Jack Talcott. That's how simple most people are. You'll never get out of here with that attitude. Never.
Because it was the first word that came to mind. You're not alone. I don't judge you for it. But a leech finds something and it sucks on it to bring its own life. And it doesn't really offer a lot of value.
Well, then by that definition, you're a leech. You leech off people financially. You leech off people on the internet for attention. You have no friends, no family. No one cares about you in real life. You have no job. You have no income. You're a leech, Jack. You're the leech. You're the leech. Hello, Manny. Good to see you. You're the leech.
And that's what I feel you've been doing to me. And you're not alone. You've been joining me, claiming to help me, claiming to do this, but the frustration, my repeated requests for you to change, for you to do better, they've been ignored. So I stand behind my description of the past. Now, if you're committed to changing what I'm allowed to receive from you, you know, assuming I let you back.
Does that sound like an apology? Has he ever apologized? Are you learning something about narcissists when I make these videos or share these videos that others have made? Are you learning something?
Back up in the future. I'll apologize.
I didn't get an apology out of that. Do
Right.
you want an enemy? I'm asking you a direct question.
Tell you what, I already
Kissing up
explained.
to Snafu,
Stephen,
and he accuses you of being.
Stephen, what I have a problem with you is your lack of respect.
There, he put me backstage. This is what they do. This is what narcs do.
Towards me, and your lack of respect towards me is being reflected to you. You're put in the back because you were over speaking me. You, while I was long-winded, you dismissed what I said to go back to your manipulative tactics. Now, what I said in regard to the apology that you're seeking, when I see a commitment from you that things will be different, I will certainly humble myself and honor you. Now, you continue to bring your tactics of trying to manipulate me. You want to threaten me? Are you going to be an enemy of me? You're out of your mind, Stephen. I've entertained your foolishness and your selfishness long enough today. I stand behind my words, and you get to do wish.
So he gave no apology, and it seemed like he wants an enemy. That's what it seems like to me, that he wants an enemy. You got it. You got one now. You got an enemy now. Now you have to deal with an enemy. You treated me horribly. Horribly. And there will be consequences. There will be consequences. I hope this comes across to people tuned in, because I still get the feeling there's people tuned in just for entertainment or thinking it's covering Jack again. You just don't get it then. You're not paying attention enough. If you don't get it and you're not paying attention, then why are you here? I don't want people like that around. I've been saying it for a while now. I just don't want it. I don't want everyone here. If you think I want everyone, am I mistaken? If you can't see that it's bigger than Jack Talcott when I cover that, then I'm trying to show you thing, then you don't belong here. And I'm not kidding about that. I'm not I'm not doing anything that some of you are thinking in your minds. He's trolling. He's kidding. He's playing a character. You don't get it. I don't want everyone here. If you're just here for entertainment, you're on the wrong channel. I don't want you. There he is, Leech. He's the Leech. He's the Leech. And what I'm doing, part of what I'm doing with my channel is I'm filtering people out. It's not a bad thing. It's my channel. If you don't belong here, you don't belong. And you will be filtered out. VIPs only is a clue for you if you pay attention. I've been posting that for weeks now. VIPs only. Subscribers only and VIPs only. Some of you don't even get that yet. You better start paying attention, or don't complain when you're gone, because you should know, okay, this is why I'm gone. I didn't pay attention. I just came there to say hi and for entertainment. I really didn't pay attention to the teachings. So what are you doing here?
I intend to the universe right now, whatever this construct is, whatever this fucking reality is, whoever created this, I prayed to God, whatever you want to call it, when Miska was having her seizure and I was giving her medication that was doing nothing to help her. I prayed and I prayed, God, please help me. Please save her. Please help her get through this, and fucking nothing happened. Nothing. God didn't fucking care. God didn't do shit. And this isn't the last, and it won't be the last. It isn't the last, and it won't be the last time I cry out to whatever made this reality, and it does nothing, and it does not give a fuck. And this is the brutal truth. You know how many times I slip into this God delusion, or I want it to be real? I intend to the universe right now, whatever this construct is, whatever this fucking reality is, whoever created this, I prayed to God, whatever you want to call it, when Miska was having her seizure and I was giving her medication that was doing nothing to help her. I prayed and I prayed, God, please help me. Please save her. Please help her get through this, and fucking nothing.
Prayed to God, prayed to God. And I know how people isolate. They'll say, well, it's just Mushroom Coyote. There isn't a God delusion in this realm. This doesn't show anything. And that's the way most people are in this realm. Isolate, isolate, isolate. They keep it small, keep their view small.
Nothing happened. Nothing. God didn't fucking care. God didn't do shit. And this isn't the last, and it won't be the last. It isn't the last, and it won't be the last time I cry out to whatever made this
Yeah, it won't be the last time. Keep crying out to it.
reality, and it does nothing, and it does not give a fuck. And this is...
Yeah, don't learn. Just keep doing the same thing that doesn't work. And that's what most humans do. They keep doing the same thing again that doesn't work. Macone stroked. Macone stroked. There's people right here that watch my channel. They might even be tuned in right now that are still clinging on to. There might be a good God. You cling on to that until you're recycled. Go ahead. You're hurting yourself. You're not hurting me. And some of them really think you think you're hurting me. Oh, if I don't believe him, if I don't learn anything there, it hurts Stephen. Is a mindset that some people have. They've demonstrated it as though it hurts me. Callie had that mindset. Trash Luna. Orphan Annie. Bextra Large. There's quite a few that have been here for months or years with that mindset where, oh, it hurts Stephen if I learn nothing from his channel. It hurts you in the end. Hurts you. I shouldn't even have to tell you that. It should be self-evident. But I know there's a lot of humans at such functioning at such a low level. I'm surprised they can even survive. They're at such a low level, and they truly are. Come here for a year and learn nothing. It hurts you. It doesn't hurt me. It hurts you. Go ahead, hurt yourself. Chain yourself to this realm like a fucking moron. Go ahead. You want to be stupid? Go be stupid. But go away. Do it away from me. I don't want to see it. I don't want to be around idiots. Just go away. Go somewhere else. Go to the millions of other channels. I don't want idiots around me. I don't want pretenders around me. Fools, liars, demons, degenerates, fakes, frauds, phonies.
Please be aware, I have seen through your niceties as well, and yesterday you were very clear. You have no respect for me. You chose to resign from a title that I never gave. So welcome back, Stephen. What are you bringing me today?
Hello, Jack. I'm bringing joy and laughter and support. I was very supportive of you yesterday, actually. I advertised your channel different places, and I was very supportive of your interview with Don Lemon.
Thank you.
And I didn't interrupt, and I was kicked off your show. You said I was interrupting, and I wasn't. Other people watched it back. I think sometimes you look for a reason to kick me off. That's not honest.
Stephen, that could be true, because you haven't become honest or forthright about the things you've said about me elsewhere. I've witnessed.
Yes, I have, Jack.
No,
I have.
you have. Have you corrected?
I've admitted to all of it. I've even said I've made.
Have you corrected the record?
Yes.
Have you
I think
repented
I have.
and changed? I have not witnessed that.
I have,
yet,
Jack.
Stephen, so,
Can you let me say something?
Yes.
I have not seen you repent for making images of me, thumbnails, mocking me. It's the same kind of thing.
I don't care. Goodbye, Stephen. Thank you for joining. I guess Stephen was right. I do actually.
The same kind of thing. I've seen you repent for. Can you let me say something? Yes. I have not seen you repent for making images of me, thumbnails, mocking me. It's the same kind of thing.
I don't care. Goodbye, Stephen. Thank you for joining.
You repent for making images of me, thumbnails, mocking me. It's the same kind of thing.
I don't care. Goodbye, Stephen. Thank you for joining. I guess Stephen was right. I do actually look for reasons to kick him out of here. I can't deny that. And it's probably because of what I said. He's shown me so much disrespect, and he's played so many games with me and my time. He hasn't actually really, as far as I can tell, if he's promoted me, as I mentioned, there's been no change in the numbers.
See, this is easy for me to see, but it gets tedious that it has to be explained, because a lot of people will just say, I know what Jack is, Stephen. Well, you don't know why I'm sharing it then, if you're just focused on Jack. It's bigger than Jack. Study of a narcissist. See, the beginning of the title reveals what this is about. So does the 333. I'm showing behaviors here. Arrogant, ungrateful, dishonest. Okay, I'm showing a lot of behaviors here. You don't have to understand. I should just keep saying that to people. You don't have to understand what I'm doing. This is a realm where there's very little understanding, but most people claim to understand everything immediately because that's out of their ego. Most people will never say, I don't understand, or I don't know about that, or I haven't looked into that yet, or I don't quite get it yet. Most people never say that. Never. They let on they understand everything, and you don't. It's not real. It's not honest. You don't understand everything. Some of you need it explained constantly why I share stuff like this. There's people on my channel that will say, you have beef with Jack Talcott. You hate Jack Talcott. And again, in the title, Study of a Narcissist, I'm trying to show you something. He's just an example of certain behaviors. It's still not enough to reach many of you, though, unfortunately. And it does get frustrating because I've been doing this for years. You should be able to see it.
So,
can you let me say something?
Yes.
I have not seen you repent for making images of me, thumbnails, mocking me. It's the same kind of thing.
I don't care. Goodbye, Stephen. Thank you for joining. I guess Stephen was right. I do actually look for reasons to kick him out of here. I can't deny that. And it's probably because of what I said. He's shown me so much disrespect, and he's played so many games with me and my time. He hasn't actually really, as far as I can tell, if he's promoted me, as I mentioned, there's been no change in the numbers, Stephen. So if you are allegedly promoting me and trying to help me grow, you're failing, okay? It's not good enough. And I'm not looking for your support in that way, but I'll receive positivity when it's offered, man. I am fired up today, man. I really am fired up. Denizen, it's just you and I, man.
How's it going, Jack?
Brother, it is what it is. We're living at a very interesting time, right? And here's something I know about me. I'm a lot like many others, right? But on these same, just like many others, I have lived a very unique life. And I've received an education that is different than many others. Not all others, right? Nothing special. I'm just different. But I am feeling confident that the universe is doing something with me, okay? Because the story of my life, sometimes I just sit around laying down, whatever, I think about my life, and it's like, holy shit, man. You could not, it's a crazy, amazing story. And
I hope people are learning something here. Otherwise, why are you tuned in? I'm tired of people tuned in just for entertainment. Go somewhere else. Go somewhere else if that's all you want is entertainment. You don't belong here. This is not just a purely entertainment channel. You're in the wrong place. And I'm going to keep saying it if I have to say it constantly until I, quote, push away the ones that don't belong. I don't want people here that are just looking for entertainment. You can go anywhere for that. You're missing the point of my channel. You don't know what I'm doing. That's the case. And you're not welcome. You're not wanted here. I don't want everyone here. And I've said that many times. I don't want everyone here. Looks like this is starting to get some views again. 954 views. But again, this is on the Sanity Machine, a channel with over 4,000 subs. Why don't I get shorts with 5,000 views, 10,000, 20,000? There's lots that get way more views than their sub count. I never do. Never do. They stop it usually at 500, 600 and they hit the brakes. That's what they did with this video. Then it started to go up again, I guess, while I was away. But earlier, it hit a brick wall. So I'm surprised to see now that it's got 954 views. Because they stopped it at around 600. It was at 666, and I took a screenshot of that. Yes, he was, and nobody mentions it. That's the thing. I noticed the differences, the different treatment for different people. I noticed all the different behaviors, and most people just focus on, well, I don't like Jack. And it's just like such shallow, low-level stuff that they're missing the point of my channel then, and they don't belong here. And I'm going to keep saying it until those people leave. I'm going to drive them away because I don't want them here. I don't want everyone here. And if that bothers you, fucking good. I don't want everyone here. Some of you are here just because you're lonely or you have no one to talk to or it's just entertainment. You're here for all the wrong reasons. And it comes out in time. And some of you will say, well, how come you made them a mod, or how come you did this? Or I give people chances. I don't write them off in the first few seconds that they're here. Just because I give someone a wrench doesn't mean I trust them implicitly or they're my best friend. Some of you misunderstand a lot of things. I've said before, there might be 5 people left at the end of this that are trustworthy, that actually get it, that spent time here trying to learn what I was talking about, trying to understand. A lot of people are just tuned in. This is just background noise. It's like a radio playing in the background. They're not serious about learning anything that I'm showing here. They don't want to learn about narcissists. They don't want to learn about how this world works. That there's tons of things I can go into. But I'm convinced at this point, based on the comments and behavior, and most people just want to say hi to each other for pages. I don't think most people are here to learn. I don't. You'd have to show me. You'd have to prove it to me at this point. I don't think most people tune into my channels to learn. I don't think so. I think they have other reasons. They're lonely in life. They have no one to talk to. They have someone to talk to here. And I know some will say, what's wrong with that, Stephen? Well, I could have set up a channel that's just a social channel for chit chat, for small talk. Is this just small talk? Like, you just don't get it. There's channels, chat rooms, all galore all over the internet that you could go to for that. And there's Reddit, there's websites, there's all kinds of places, comments boards and forums, and all that stuff exists. I don't know why people come here to use my channel just for that level. I'm trying to understand why. What's the point? And then people come here to leech off me, to copycat, plagiarize me. There's very few, I think, that come to my channel that actually want to learn something. And that's just becoming more and more clear. And if it hurts people's feelings, too bad. Because I put a lot of effort into this. And what I see is people just want to be entertained. And that's it. I know when the numbers go up, when there's drama and entertainment. I pay attention to all the analytics and all this stuff. I see what people do. I think there's people pretending on my channel that they, quote, believe in my model, and they don't even think that this is working this way. They're lying about that. There's a lot of pretenders in this realm. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them. And there's a lot that have no problem with it. They don't think it's a big deal. Doesn't bother them at all. That there's liars, there's frauds, there's leeches, there's narcs running channels. It doesn't bother most people. I'm convinced of that. I think it's kind of like the uni syndrome where she just got bored last year. I think there's people here like that tuned in, maybe even right now, that they're just bored. They don't want to see Jack Talcott anymore or hear Archaic's voice. They don't even seem to understand why I'm showing it. So it's like you missed the point. You don't know what I'm doing or why. You should ask yourself, why am I here? And maybe say to yourself, Stephen's trying to make us learn something. That's a cult. I should just leave. And just leave. Go somewhere and be entertained. Good night to the Green Man. Take care.
Oh, El Diablo. Welcome back. You quit as the co-host. That is a fact. You can believe I don't deserve you, but you're not accurate or honest. So as far as I'm concerned, go elsewhere, my friend.
Coward, fraud, grifter.
See, I don't really respect nor appreciate liars and El Diablo Radio International, aka
you're a loser, stinky bum.
The sanity machine, right, Steven? Dude.
The sanity machine is the cream of the crop on YouTube, fucker.
You've got very little respect for the truth, and that brings you shame.
Your word doesn't mean shit. You're a liar. I respect the truth, and I don't have shame over that at all. You're a liar. You're the one that's ashamed. You lived your whole life as a liar, and you're an absolute fool and a fraud.
Oh, El Diablo. Welcome back. You quit as the co-host. That is a fact. You can believe I don't deserve you, but you're not accurate or honest. So as far as I'm concerned, go elsewhere, my friend.
Coward, fraud, grifter.
See, I don't really respect nor appreciate liars and El Diablo Radio International, aka
You're a loser, stinky bum.
The sanity machine, right, Steven? Dude.
The sanity machine is the cream of the crop on YouTube, fucker.
You've got very little respect for the truth, and that brings you shame.
Your word doesn't mean shit. You're a liar. You're a fraud.
Oh, El Diablo. Welcome back. You quit as the co-host. That is a fact. You can believe I don't deserve you, but you're not accurate or honest. So as far as I'm concerned, go elsewhere, my friend.
Coward, fraud, grifter.
See, I don't really respect nor appreciate liars and El Diablo Radio International, aka
You're a loser, stinky bum.
The sanity machine, right, Steven? Dude.
The sanity machine is the cream of the crop on YouTube, fucker.
You've got very little respect for the truth.
Get off my dick, you fucking stalker boy.
What the hell is that?
And then I replied to his other stupid response. I wrote, yes, you have no idea what I mean about a chat, dude. And get off my dick, you.
Wow, 10 hours ago I wrote this. Time flies. Time flies. How can someone who failed at life, lost their wife, marriage, son, lost their family home, lost the only full-time job, bracket easy work at the post office, and union job, lost almost all of their money, all of their friends and neighbors, and the respect and friendship of worker buddies / union buddies, lost everyone, even his own mother won't go near him, bracket too toxic for her, lost everyone's respect, even lost his personality and sense of humor when he quit drinking. A total failure at life. How can they call themselves a, quote, life coach without a drop of shame? Incredible. That is so incredibly delusional and mentally unstable. Like when the post office had to phone the police on him and get him psych tests, which he failed. He failed the psych tests. Jack, you have failed at absolutely everything in life. How can you claim you are going to achieve anything at this point? Like, quote, ending all wars and, quote, creating world peace. You can't even be peaceful and respectful for 1 hour on a live stream. You haven't succeeded at anything in life, with emphasis on anything. I'm going to read that again for you, in case you didn't pay attention. You haven't succeeded at anything in life. You're a homeless man with no family or friends, and nobody trusts you, respects you, or believes in you. I got to edit this. I have to edit this. Anyway, I will edit it after I share it. You're an angry little man. There's a typo there. It should be respects you. You're an angry little man with rage issues, delusions of grandeur. I could have written a Messiah complex. That's in there as well. You have jealousy and envy for people with money. You can't admit your faults. You aren't honest. You lie every day. You are an ungrateful, entitled, rageaholic narcissist. I'm surprised you aren't in jail. And then I put jail Talcott. Jail Talcott with a clown face. And then I tagged his channel here in case you're not looking at the screen or not paying attention to what I'm saying here. I tagged Jack Talcott right there. Oh, you're also cowardly. You kick people as soon as they disagree with you or bring any valid, in all caps, criticisms to you. How weak. You are being exposed with a capital E. So some of you haven't understood what I've been doing, and I realize this. You don't understand. You'll watch me on the show, and I know it can be entertaining. You'll laugh. Nothing wrong with being entertained, but you're missing the rest. That's the problem. That's the issue I have with some of you. You just view it as entertainment, and it's whoosh right over your heads. You're missing the rest of what I'm doing. So I'm pointing it out clearly by reading this post to you. And a lot of people don't read my posts on my channel. There's shit channels like Red Pill Option that will get 50, 60, 80 likes and comments on his community posts. And I post something, and 10 hours later, there's 8 likes. So I realize that maybe it's not YouTube isn't sharing these posts with you. Maybe that's the case, and it's shared with on other channels, shit channels like Red Pill's shit channel. But I notice things. I notice numbers. I notice all kinds of things. I notice support, and when there's a lack of support, I notice it. So I do notice. And I notice that YouTube's full of shit channels, and that's what really gets supported on YouTube. Shit channels. They get support. And they charge you money, and they make money. They do it for profit, and people support it. That's what happens. Look at this idiot posting here. He's sharing my videos. The God Delusion. Mushroom is obsessed with me. Obsessed. Stop watching my channel and screenshotting my comments and sharing my videos. You piece of shit. Hello. Hello, everyone. This little video is about groupthink hatred, or group hate-think mob mentality. It's about Team Evil. Team Evil in general extends beyond YouTube, beyond these little piss ants on YouTube, beyond the cockroach club, the cucaracha club of YouTube. It's bigger than that. It encompasses this realm. You can see mob mentality firsthand, not just during protests, not just during riots. You could see it during 2020. Mob mentality, groupthink, and groupthink hatred You can see it often in society. You can see it in any large group. There's groupthink. Anywhere. There's very few individuals in this realm that are independent thinkers. That's the way this place is designed. Now, a lot of people would blame the school system, the education system in quotes, as people like to call it. They'll blame the media, they'll blame parents, they'll blame governments, but what about the design of the human body and the human mind and the human brain? That's a big part of it. It's a big part of groupthink. And when groups form, they form hatred for certain outsiders and certain ones in which they have jealousy towards and envy towards and biases. They'll outcast them and say, them, that's the enemy, that guy. King Stephen's the enemy. I'll use myself as an example. That guy, he's causing division. He's calling out these channels. He's doing this. He's saying that. How dare he say that on his show? How dare he run his channels in a different way and his live streams differently? How dare he be his own being and not conform to us, to Team Evil? He should do what we want. He shouldn't be allowed to speak things that we don't want him to speak and say. He shouldn't be allowed to laugh at us, but we'll laugh in the comments by the hundreds or thousands about him. Some of these creatures have left hundreds of comments about me on channels in the last year. Sometimes some of them have left 300 comments on a single channel, and it's all comments about me because the whole channel's about me. But they don't look in a mirror and say, wait, we're guilty of that. We're ganging up. We have groupthink. We have mob mentality. No, they never do that. They never hold up a mirror or look in a mirror and say, we're guilty of what we're accusing his channel of. We call him a cult leader. We say that his viewers and his regulars and his mods, they're all cult followers because they don't like us. But what are they doing on their channels and their comments? What are they doing on Discord when they talk about me and my channel? What are they doing when they text each other and email each other? I've even seen some of their emails forwarded to me, sometimes by mistake, sometimes on purpose. They talk about me constantly, but they'll never admit it. They'll just say, it's just him. He's attacking us. He's stalking us. He's harassing. He's doing this. He's doing that. Meanwhile, they plagiarize me. They lie about me. They smear campaign me. They character assassinate me. They do all sorts of things. They have no moral standards. When they don't meet my moral standards on my channel and they cross my boundaries, they get banned and then they can't take it. They'll hate me for years and talk about me obsessively. They fixate on me. They obsess over me. And they get in their little groups and they get together and they launch their attacks. They're full of groupthink hatred. Or group hate think, as I sometimes call it. Group hate think. Matrix hate think. Matrix hate think. Okay? And that's what they do. They're hive-minded. They're collectivists. They're conformist. Like lefties, commies, communists. I'm going to tell you something right here. Right here, right now, people. People. Spiritual boundaries and spiritual judgment are both necessary and healthy. Necessary and healthy. And these creatures will never take that away from me and change me. Never. They'll never get me to be as immoral like they are. These demons. These demons. These groupthink, hatred-filled demons. These jealous, envious cockroaches in the cockroach club. These zombies full of hatred will never turn me into them. Never. Never, ever, ever. No amount of slander, smear campaigns, and their butthurt and their character assassination, and their lies and gossip and false rumors, and false accusations and their threats, they won't change me. They won't change my spirit, who I am. I am Viking strong. I'm a mad Viking artist. They'll never change that, no matter what they try to do. Never will they change that, ever. Never, ever. And these ones on YouTube are just a reflection of what you see in greater society, and I mean bigger society. Not that society's great. It's a term meaning the wider society, out there in greater society. Okay? Lefties by the millions, they have groupthink. Groupthink hatred and paranoia and jealousy for anyone who's confident, for anyone who doesn't cry at the drop of a hat, for anyone who's strong within themselves and has a strong character and is masculine. They hate me and ones like me. They hate that. The Rainbow Mafia, for example, they claim to be oppressed, but they want to cancel people and cancel their free speech and censor everyone. They want to be the tyrants, the authorities. They're not oppressed. They're power hungry. They're losers. They're demons. They're not oppressed. They're not victims. They want to victimize others. They want to use society and fear and propaganda and lies. And that's what they do. That is what they do. And they've been getting away with it for far too long. The Rainbow Mafia, the ones with false pride that go marching, the lefties, all of these ideologies like feminism, that movement, they're not oppressed, they're the opposite. They're trying to gain power and game the system. They want you to believe they're oppressed so that they can oppress others under the radar and nobody will say, well, they're oppressive. They're the ones that are authoritarian. They're the ones that are power hungry. They're the abusers. They are. They're the demons. They're the abusers. They want to fly under the radar and fool you. And that's how they work. That's how they work on YouTube as well in these groups. These groups of matrix, hate think, groupthink, hatred, matrix, hate think. They want to fly under the radar and say, we're the victims. He's the bad guy. He's the bully. And they're all ganging up, trying to attack me and make channels and videos and slander me everywhere. I can't even go live as a guest on a show without the whole chat room, or half of it at least, slandering and insulting and launching hate-filled insults. They're motivated by hatred. I hope it tears them up inside. I hope it burns them up. Let them be burned alive from the inside out by their own hatred. Let their hatred rot them and eat away at them. I live rent-free in their heads. They will never destroy me. Some of you will join them. You will end up joining them. You'll defend them and defend them until you either leave my channel or you'll get banned and you'll crawl over there to Team Evil and say, will you accept me? I got kicked out of his cult. You'll start calling it a cult, some of you, after you didn't view it as a cult while you were here. I know what humans do. Most of you are dishonest and two-faced. Janices. You want acceptance and approval from the bigger group. Most in this realm can't stand on their own. Can't stand for what's right. You'll stand with what's wrong so long as they pat you on the back and tell you that you're good. And those are the bad ones over there. The other, they're bad. The othering of groups like straight white men, for example. Oh, they're the bad guys. They have white privilege and straight white male privilege. And they're the patriarchy, and they're this, and they're that, and they did this, and they did that. And we should condemn them forever for what they did. That's what they do in society, and that's what they do on YouTube as well. Truthers, they call themselves. And the Panelverse, aka the Demonverse, as I nicknamed it, the Demonverse. And Truther sheep and Truther demons. Demons, they're demons. And I've been trying to expose them as demons. Felons, liars, frauds, fakes, grifters, thieves, plagiarists, like that red pill creature. They're fake. Don't trust them. Stop trusting them. It's necessary to set spiritual boundaries. It's necessary to develop and use spiritual discernment. Spiritual judgment is good. and healthy and necessary. I hope this helps you. I hope this helps you see where you are and what the mob is. They're a bunch of haters in groups. That's what they are.
See, I can trust myself when I keep God in my mind, the love of Christ in my heart, seeing the world through not a filter of positivity, but a filter of compassion and just appreciation, because that's what truly love is. Love is a compassionate appreciation that you're willing to do anything to share. Brothers and sisters, I'm going to wrap it up there. Thank you again for allowing me to share, and I hope you receive some positivity and blessings, and stay tuned. Stay tuned. I am a radical. I get fired up sometimes, and hanging out with the vets, other like-minded men and women like me, that made me feel good. And for those of you who are like me, who resonate with this passion that comes up with me, I'm putting the call out to some of the other participants in that event, and I'm hoping, especially some of those who got put through the jail system, I'm really hoping to get some of them folks on and have them share their story.
Hi everybody, Nick here. Welcome back to the channel. So, it's already bad enough that we have to live in a world with so many issues, so many, things going on that we cannot stand, that we can't control, just so much suffering, things that we, it just doesn't make sense sometimes. But one of the things that really, really is just so annoying about life is the fact that there's always problems, no matter what you do. There's always problems that have to be solved, problems that have to be resolved, things that need to be sorted out, and there's no escaping it. It's like every day something happens, even the smallest thing. And I can give like hundreds of examples, and I'm sure you guys could think of examples as well. Everyday things that you got to deal with, and sometimes they're good problems, little problems, sometimes they're just problems that are so damn annoying, and they come out of nowhere sometimes. Before I was just filming this video, I had something in my eye, and I couldn't get it out. I don't know if it was an eyelash, I don't know if it was dust, and it's just, I know, people are gonna say that's part of life, this is how the world is. And okay, but it's really, really annoying. And the only way we can deal with it is just to roll with the punches and just solve the problem, or sometimes there's problems that don't really have a solution, and there are going to be those people that say, well, every problem has a solution. I don't believe in that. What is the solution for if our sun is about to die and explode? What? Leave the planet and go somewhere else? Because I just read an article about NASA saying that we have 5 billion years left. The sun has 5 billion years left. Like, they do these things to kind of worry people, and then it says like 5 billion years. It's like, we won't even be here. Again, some problems are fabricated. Some problems are really not as bad as they seem. For example, you go do a medical test and you're worried about the result, and you're all super worried about it, waiting for the results. When you think the worst is going to happen, you find out nothing. Yeah, everything's fine, and it's those type of problems I cannot stand as well. I mean, I don't really like any problems, especially the ones that come out of nowhere and you don't expect it. A lot of people probably take the mentality that I can handle any problem that comes my way. That is a good mentality to have, but my point is, why do we have to deal with it every day? Why does there always have to be something? Why does it always have to be something that we have to figure out? Or I'll give you another example. All my taxes were done. Everything was on the up and up, and then I owe the government money and I didn't even know. Something. It's so irritating, and I don't think there's any really real solution, because every time you turn around, there's a problem that will happen. I mean, how do you know? I was just talking about doing a medical exam. A few years from now, you might have a serious medical problem. You can't really prevent it. I mean, you could eat healthy and take care of yourself, but something could still happen. There's just so many variables to this existence that problems happen every day. Things could seem so good right now, and then boom, 3 problems hit you right away. A bill comes in that you didn't even realize that you did not pay. And that is a constant problem, by the way, is bills all the time. I mean, you can't escape that at all. You can't escape bills. You can't escape taxes. I mean, unless you evade taxes, but then there's other problems that come as a result of that. Do you see? That's another thing. If you leave a problem, even as small as it may seem, unresolved, a bigger problem comes down the road because you didn't solve that initial problem. But it's just, man, every day there's something. Every day there's something. I mean, I did a video talking about there's always something that you have to take, always something that you have to do, like chores and things. I would say that is a problem too. It's just annoying, man. You spend so many of your hours having to do things that you don't want to do already, like working or whatnot. And how much time do you really get to enjoy your life when you're just resolving issues, solving problems, working all the time, if you have kids, you got to deal with that. You really get no time for yourself, and that's a problem. I just, life is all problems. And I do watch a lot of, or listen to a lot of Alan Watts, which is the really popular British philosopher. And he's really good. I know a lot of my viewers watch him as well, or listen to his audio classes and whatnot. And he talks about problems amongst many things, but problems specifically, how problems don't exist, how it's an illusion, and we are the makers of the problems. Every single problem that goes on, we're pretty much, the makers of it. It's not a problem unless we consider it a problem. I think I'm getting that right. I haven't watched that talk in a while, but I can see some truth to that. I mean, I don't always agree with everything about that he says or anybody else, but I really do find that we are makers of our own problems. Look at the bills, for example. The bills come from, and the working 9 to 5 and the, that rat race stuff. is all, you know, humanity created. We created this ourselves. We've put ourselves in these predicaments. You know, it's amazing to me how a lot of people can't see that and just like, well, that's the way it is, you know, that's the way it is. And that's the other thing. Whenever it's a problem that, it's happened to me here in Brazil, but quite a few times. And when it's a problem that no one wants to face, you know, they don't want to go through because usually when you're going to deal with a problem, little other problems come in the road, you know, as roadblocks to solving that problem. And some people will just say, what are you gonna do? And they don't want to be bothered. That's very common here. I mean, that's common in a lot, I mean, humans in general. It's just like sometimes they don't want to be bothered. Sometimes the juice is not worth the squeeze, I guess, as they say. So, and I think that's important too. You got to pick and choose. Sometimes you can't always, but try to not take on these problems that really, you know, it doesn't matter. It's just better to let it go. Otherwise, that can cause some real unwanted stress and, you know, suffering, you know, unnecessary suffering and stress. That it's just it's not worth it. You know, all of us are always going to deal with problems. There's no way we can escape it. Who knows what tomorrow will bring? I mean, the day isn't even over here today, and we'll see. We'll see what problems come today. A lot of times we don't imagine a problem arising, and whammo, you know, right in your face. It's just, problems can be unpredictable. Problems can be, like I said, big and small. Some problems can be not so bad to deal with, you know, not so much of a headache. And then there's this problems where it's just like, my God, you know, and there's the constant problems. There's the problems that every day, where you're constantly worrying about somebody who you care about, because they are, you know, maybe they're fighting an illness, maybe they are in debt and they can't pay them, you know, they're at risk of going homeless or whatever. That's a problem because you can't solve that for them. Not necessarily, I mean, sometimes maybe you can. And man, problems are annoying. Most problems, I would say like 99% of problems are annoying. And the other thing is, some problems you just have to wait it out as well. You have a noisy neighbor, for example, that's a bad example. Let's say that they're having a one-off party and you don't really feel like listening to noise or something. It's not an everyday thing, so you're not going to try and solve that problem. You know it's going to pass, so you just have to wait for it to pass. There's those type of problems too, where you just have to wait for it to pass. It's not exactly needs your attention, you know, and it'll resolve itself in some cases. Sometimes the problems do resolve themselves, you know. For example, you have a pain in your side or whatever, and it's nothing serious. You just have to deal with the pain, you know, take a rest, stretch it, and it'll go away, you know. I don't know. Some will say that problems make life a little bit more interesting. Maybe so. I would still rather just be left the hell alone and not have to deal with really irritating problems, you know. Having to go grocery shopping. Sure, that's a chore, but if you don't do it, you have no food in your place, you know. Just too many things to have to resolve in life, you know. The other problems is when people put their problems on you. It's like, do you know that I already have enough problems to deal with? I don't need to deal with your problem. There's those types of people, and it's like, sorry, that in itself is a problem when other people want to put their problems on you, you know. Excuse me. The only way that the problems end is when life ends. I mean, people will say, well, if I get a lot of money, that solves problems. Yes, but then other problems happen, you know, rich people problems, or first world problems, I guess is what they call it. And it's just amazing that problems can be categorized in many different ways. I think that's the only time that problems will ever go away is when you die and this all ends, or if we're in some sort of simulation that shuts down. I don't know. I mean, there's no way really to avoid problems at all. There's just no way. And some people think money will solve problems. Sure, it solves these problems. It'll pay your bills off. You don't have to worry about that problem. You just have the money there. But that brings problems that you've never experienced before. I don't know. I think the worst type of problems for me as well is, which are the most stressful, is like if you have a pet or something like that and you see them suffering, and then you got to take them to the vet and hope that you can, get them better. I think for me, that's the worst problem, because it's not something you can really solve on your own. Whereas paying bills, you just got to make sure you get the money, which is easier said than done. But when it's emotionally involved, those are some of the worst problems. Or it's when it's your health too, because, I mean, let's be honest, you don't have good health in this human experience, things are just going to be that much worse. Anyways, guys, I think I'm going to leave it there, and let me know what you think about problems. Surely you've got problems. Everyone's got problems. Some people have mental problems. Some people have, it's one of the things I really, really dislike about this reality. And unfortunately, humans are the makers of most of this world's problems. But let me know what you think. Hit the like if you liked the video, and I'll be coming out with another video very soon. Everyone, I hope you'll stay well, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye for now. Thanks for watching. Or in some sort, I mean, let's be honest, you don't have good health in this human experience, things are just going to be that much worse. Anyways, guys, I think I'm going to leave it there, and let me know what you think about problems. Surely you've got problems. Everyone's got problems. Some people have mental problems. Some people have, it's one of the things I really, really dislike about this reality. And unfortunately, humans are the makers of most of this world's problems. But let me know what you think. Hit the like if humans are the makers. And unfortunately, humans are the makers of most of this world's problems. But let me know what you think. Hit the like if you liked the video, and I'll be coming out with another video very soon. Everyone, I hope you'll stay well, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye for now. Thanks for watching.
There you go. It's your fault. Here's the movie that he watched that he says changed him. The Earthling. Just have to watch a movie. Just watch a movie. That's what level people are at. Not just this guy. The more I'm in this realm, the more I realize people love low-level shit. They love it. They absolutely love it. They can't get enough.
Yes, I have 7 kids. I'm not ashamed of it, from 7 different men, and I'm currently pregnant right now with my 8th child.
So when y'all see me in the motherfucking store stealing stuff and that shit in my motherfucking bag, nicely act like you don't see shit and mind your motherfucking business, because this shit is going in my motherfucking bag, and I'm walking out this motherfucking store with my motherfucking chest up and my head held high.
Let's just hope and pray that somebody in their right mind come to their fucking senses, you feel me? But it's the fact that y'all happy about this shit. Oh, now y'all can get y'all lazy asses up and stop living off our money for free, da-da-da.
Donald Trump's big beautiful bill just made it past the House and is headed for the Senate. And the internet is in full meltdown mode. Why? because he's coming for handout, he's cutting welfare, he's tightening up food stamp access, and demanding that able-bodied adults finally get up and work. And just like that, the internet is in shambles. They're not mad because it's unfair. They're mad because they actually might have to get up and do something for once. And let's not sugarcoat it. Nobody owes you a damn thing. Not food, not housing, not sympathy. If you're capable of working and you still choose to live off the backs of taxpayers, you are the problem. And since people love to twist stats, let's get this straight. Black people aren't the overall majority on welfare, but per capita, meaning in proportion to our population size, we lead the pack. We're only 13% of the country, but we're overrepresented in the system. That is not oppression. That is a dependency crisis. So yeah, when cuts hit, it hits us first. And that's exactly why this conversation matters. This bill is not cruel, it's correction, because real working people, some who don't even qualify for help, are out here grinding, sacrificing, and barely still getting by. Meanwhile, others have turned government assistance into a full-time hustle, and we're expected to say silence about it? I think not. The behavior is pathetic, it screams lazy, and yes, some people genuinely need support. But what we're not doing anymore is normalizing recklessness. You don't get to keep having kid after kid, refusing to work, and expect the rest of society to clean up after you. That is not survival, that is system abuse. And to be clear, we're not rewarding bad behavior any longer. I can understand having a child and needing help, but fine. But the moment you choose to go have another, your benefits should have been revoked. And to be clear, this is not supposed to be a lifetime program. You don't get to stay on welfare for 10, 20, 30 years. Some people their entire life and then act like nobody should have a problem with it. That is disgusting. And just in case you still don't understand why Trump is doing this, let me walk you into a raw reality. This isn't a theory. This isn't a policy talk. This is what it looks like when the system rewards the worst behavior imaginable and creates multi-generational dysfunction on autopilot. Let's take a listen.
Okay, we listen, but we don't judge. Yes, I had my first child at 13. I got pregnant at 13. Then I had another one at 15. Then popped another one at 16. Then 17. Then 18. 19, and so on. Yes, I have 7 kids. I'm not ashamed of it, from 7 different men, and I'm currently pregnant right now with my 8th child. And that's by my food stamp plug that helps me get $3,000 a month in food and groceries. So yes, I mean, I was young, but I don't care. I don't care. I love 7 kids, and I'm going to continue to have more and more and more. Might end up with 15 next year. Who knows? But like I said, yeah, it's me. It is me, your food stamp queen, EBT queen, $3K a month. If you want some stamps, let us put you in a game. Simple as that. 7 kids, 7 baby daddies.
I'm sorry, I'm judging. 7 kids, 7 baby daddies, $3,000 in food stamps, pregnant with baby number 8 by the food stamp plug, and she's bragging about it like it's a flex. This isn't motherhood. This is a full-blown government-sponsored breeding, and she is proud of it. This isn't some one-off tragedy. It's a pattern, a system of reckless behavior being subsidized by taxpayers. And she's not the only one. There are thousands like her, popping kids all out, living off of government assistance, offering nothing back and expecting us to pay for it. It's not just irresponsible, it's dangerous. It's a spiritual decay, cultural suicide, and a public display of generational collapse. And instead of calling it what it is, y'all cry racism while dysfunction runs wild in broad daylight. What kind of environment do you think these children are being raised in? What mindset are they being programmed with? Broken homes, no standards, no expectations, just chaos and more chaos. The cycle does not stop, it multiplies. And this is why Trump is coming for the check, because until people are forced to feel the consequences of their actions, they won't change. The comfort of the government dependency has created a culture with zero shame and even less accountability. So no, I don't feel sorry for her. And if you do, you are a part of the problem too. You are enabling degeneracy. And this isn't about compassion anymore. It's about survival. And it's about restoring structure, discipline, hard work, and family back into the Black community, because we're the ones who lost it and we're the ones who need it the most. Now let's take a listen to the next lady. Same excuses, same delusion, same song. Or we're gonna listen anyway. Let's take a listen.
I'm only gonna speak on this because I'm a mom who receives food stamps. But it's so sad that y'all want to see people without so fucking bad. They doing that little cut to the food stamps and the Medicaid where it hasn't passed the Senate yet. But we know the whole Senate is Republican, so we already know. Let's just hope and pray that somebody in their right mind come to their fucking senses. You feel me? But it's the fact that y'all happy about this shit. Oh, now y'all can get y'all lazy asses up and stop living off our money for free. Da da da. Y'all think people who receive government assistance don't work? Y'all think we don't work? Baby, housing done went up. The cost of living done went up. The food cost done went up. Daycare done went up. We out here fucking damn near about to lose our fucking lives trying to hustle and get money to goddamn pay the bills. That's why we need the government assistance. The fuck? Car payments done went up. Car insurance done went up. And it's gonna go up some more because tariffs. So, what do y'all get? Oh, people who own government assistance are poor, they're lazy, or they don't work. Where did y'all get that from? I think that's a stereotype y'all started because people in the hood or the projects or the trailer parks, yeah, y'all put that on everybody. No, bitch. That ain't how that work. Because I'm at work. I'm in school. I'm doing the best I can. I need my food stamps. But if they take it away, I'm going to do what I got to do to make ends meet. It ain't going to stop nothing.
It is the bonnet for me, but she actually ended the video on a good note because she said if she has to get up and figure it out, she will. And that's what most people want. That's what most normal, responsible adults do. We get up, we hustle, and we find a way to make it happen. That's what we've been asking all along, just for you to make your own money. And if you could do it, then why won't you do it? But before she got to that point, she ran through the usual checklist: rent, food, daycare, car insurance, gas, like she's the only one navigating this economy. Newsflash, we're all dealing with it. You are not special because you're struggling. We all struggle. The difference is the rest of us don't just jump online and cry about it. We handle our business, we grind, we sacrifice, we make it work. That is adulthood. Welcome to it. We're tired of watching welfare become a lifestyle. And while you're online begging for sympathy, you got your hair done, your nails freshly filled every 2 weeks, a new pair of Jordans, and somehow always have the time to go out. And you want us to feel sorry for that? We don't. In fact, we just don't care. Do what you want, live your life how you want, but don't expect the rest of us to fund it. You want that lifestyle? You pay for it yourself. And to be honest, what people are tired of is watching the most irresponsible choices be rewarded while the people doing everything right get punished. You chose to have children, you raised them. You made that choice. It's not society's job to raise your children, feed your children, or fund your personal failures. Nobody is saying life isn't hard. Life is hard. But the answer is not crying in vain and demanding more money from the government. The answer is to grow up, get focused, and put your pride down and your work boots on. We all have problems, but some of us deal with ours like adults, and the rest of us just create TikToks about it and expect sympathy points. This new culture of victimhood is disgusting. And if you're an able-bodied and childless, or even with a child and capable of work, you don't need more benefits. You need a wake-up call. No more handouts, no more excuses, no more enabling. You want respect? You want dignity? Then earn it. We're fed up with this normalized dysfunction being passed off as oppression. Bye-bye. We're done. But just when you think they can't milk the system any further, they flip the script. The second those benefits get cut, the same people crying in the car are suddenly threatened to rob, steal, and take what doesn't belong to them. And somehow they expect us to understand that too. Let's watch this next clip.
I'm fucking pissed the fuck off. They cut my motherfucking food stamps to $85 fucking dollars from $738. How the fuck that's supposed to support a household of 3? For a job that barely even support my basic needs now. Like, inflation is high and the bitch groceries is high as shit. I'm pissed the fuck off. Like, I'm mad as shit because how the fuck am I supposed to survive off that shit? So when y'all see me in the motherfucking store stealing stuff and that shit in my motherfucking bag, nicely act like you don't see shit and mind your motherfucking business, because this shit is going in my motherfucking bag and I'm walking out this motherfucking store with my motherfucking chest up and my head held high, and I dare you to try to tell me, hey ma'am, excuse me, because I'm gonna look at you like you fucking retarded and say go talk to Trump about that shit. On my kids, anybody that motherfucking voted for him, girl, fuck you, or him, fuck y'all, because y'all the stupidest motherfuckers I ever seen in my life.
Oh, F you too, because we feel the exact same way. The only difference, y'all expect us to pay for your lifestyle. You live off our tax dollars. We don't live off yours. We're out here grinding, sacrificing, and making it happen without asking strangers to clean up after our choices. And now you want to talk about stealing because your benefits got cut because of your irresponsibility, the choices you made. I'm sorry, it does not work like that. And if that's the route you decide to take, I hope they lock you up. At some point, you got to grow up. And just like the last lady, this isn't complicated. You chose to have 3 children. That means you pay for all 3. Not the government, not taxpayers, not the hardworking people who already have mouths to feed of their own. So here's a thought. Instead of blaming Trump, go knock on the door of the children's father and tell him to start paying up. That would make a whole lot more sense than asking complete strangers to raise your children you chose to bring into this world. Let's try that, huh? The era of emotional blackmail and internet threats is over. Nobody's afraid of your tantrums anymore. We're not scared. We're disgusted. We don't owe you survival. And if you think looting is the solution to your lack of planning, then prison is exactly where you belong. Accountability isn't oppression. It's justice. And what Trump is doing isn't cruelty, it's course correction. Because if you don't fix this behavior now, this culture of entitlement turns into a culture of crime. And when that happens, there's no saving it. To be honest, this bill was long overdue. Trump's big, beautiful welfare cuts aren't cruel. They're common sense. They're what responsible working Americans have been asking for. Accountability. If you're able-bodied, not disabled, and you have the energy to get pregnant, go out, party, scroll on your phone all day, then guess what? You have the energy to go work too. And no, this isn't about hating poor people. This is about us.
I'm having some coffee cake and coffee like Tarek. My mouth is full. I'm having some coffee cake. Sorry everyone, my mouth is full. I'm going to do the YouTube thing and smack my lips and chomp. This is what people like on YouTube. They like people talking with their mouth full. All the stuff that you see on other channels. That's what people love watching. That's what I've determined. Hardly anyone, almost everyone in this realm is fucked at this point. Almost everyone. Now, do I blame the realm for a lot of it? Yeah. I don't put the blame and point at humans and say it's all your fault because it was designed this way. But people do have choices to be niggas, to have 8 babies with 8 baby daddies, different men. That's a hoe. I don't want to pay for that. I don't want to pay for them. I'm tired. I'm tired of paying for this stuff. I'm tired of them ruining society. Some of you have the idea, well, we'll just work harder and pay for them. It's just incredible what people will take. Most in this realm have a slave mentality. That's the way it is in this place. They'll justify this place. They'll look at the past and say, it used to be good. It used to be good. Some of you want to anchor yourselves and chain yourselves to this realm. And I can't help you. I can't help you free yourselves. You don't want to be free. You don't want anyone to help you be free. You'll just look to the past, like some of these channels pushing Tartaria, and it was all wonderful. It's incredible what people will fall for. You'll fall for 1,000 more lies before your body dies. You'll fall for so many lies that even if I was standing there as you left, I wouldn't be able to help you get out. Some of you just love the lies. You're in love with it. You're in love with them feeding you lies and delusions. I don't believe that most people want out of here. A lot of people keep saying it, but until it happens, I really don't buy it. There's a few that might, but most people, I think they'd come back if they were just promised a cushy, easier life, and they said, you're going to have more money. You're going to have a better job next time. You're going to have a better family. They're going to love you more. You're going to have this and that, and the realm's going to be better, and these problems are going to be fixed. It's going to be easier.
Us footing the bill to pay for the dysfunction you're creating. And let's be honest, it's not like you're creating upstanding citizens. You're creating degenerates. I don't even know how else to describe it. You're literally raising the next generation of dysfunction, and we're being forced to fund it. We're not even paying for model citizens. We're paying for chaos. This is absolutely ridiculous, and we're done. And to be clear, welfare ruined the Black community, okay? It incentivized laziness. It incentivized women to keep men outside the household. It was the worst thing that ever happened to the Black community. So yeah, if this offends you, good. It should, because I'm tired, and so are millions of other Americans who are tired of footing the bill for dysfunction. I am Carmen JC. Thank you so much for watching. Shout out to Mark Dice and his army. I appreciate you guys. I love you, and I am so thankful for each and every last one of you. If you guys enjoyed this episode, go ahead, hit the thumbs up and hit subscribe. It's free.
I know she can't help it. I wish her voice was better. It's difficult to listen to her voice. I don't know if she had a vocal cord injury or if that's just her voice, but her voice is, it's not the worst voice, but it is raspy and it is difficult to listen to for a long time. It just is. For me. Maybe not for people in this realm. For people in this realm, they can call a man and address a beautiful woman. That's this realm. So, you know, whatever.
Black people, what makes you think that Mexicans are gonna come running to y'all for help? Y'all Black people can't even help yourselves.
You're running us over, you're shooting us, all because of the color of our skin.
Country was founded by immigrants, and it stands on stolen land. Don't forget what happened back in the day and what they did to you and your ancestors.
Bro, you came here illegally, so you're getting sent back. Like,
So apparently the Hispanic community is upset with the Black community for not supporting illegal immigration. And somehow they've decided that their battle is now our fight. And I'm just trying to figure out, how did we get here? How do we get this delusional? How do we get this entitled to think that after everything the Black community has been going through for generations, we're supposed to just jump up and defend them? To be clear, this is not about hate. This is about logic. This is about the country.
What is the Black community and what has it been going through? I always hear the Black community. Do you mean Black people? Because I don't see much of a community. I know you like using that expression. Every Black American loves to say Black community. What do you mean by Black community? People that share your skin color? Is that what you have in common? What else do you have in common?
Country we live in. This is about the fact that if you break the law, you have to be held accountable. As an American citizen, if I break the law, I have to be held accountable. And that's what this is. This is accountability, plain and simple. And the fact that y'all are really offended that Black
this is
people
so
aren't
good.
out here protesting with
Hold
you,
on.
that's insane. Take a listen to what this guy said. I think his analogy is pretty accurate. Take a listen.
Okay, hold up. One more hypothetical. This coffee cake's better than that battered shrimp with cocktail sauce and French fries and coleslaw the other day that I was eating on Jack Talcott's panel, and I got kicked off for talking about eating shrimp. I got kicked off the show. I just had some coffee cake, warmed up, delivered to me from a little cafe. Oh man, it's so good. I got a fresh coffee here, triple cream, extra creamy and delicious, and some coffee cake. Oh man. Maybe that's the key to get 100 people tuned in. Just make noises and eat while I'm broadcasting. I won't call it a show anymore. I'll call it broadcasting and eating into the microphone and all that stuff that people love. That's what people love. You're showing me, humans, what you love. People are showing me what they love. Oh man, so good. It wasn't a hard coffee cake. It was a soft cake. Soft coffee cake. Oh, delicious, delicious. Delicious, delicious. Not keto friendly, but delicious. A lot of carbs, a lot of sugar in that cake, but delicious. No sugar in my coffee, but there's a little bit in the cream. Oh, that's so good. Oh, man. Oh, it's so good. Oh, yeah, so good. That's what people want. They don't want truth. They don't want spiritual wisdom. They just want mouth sounds and groaning and moaning. That's the level humanity's at. They really are. You know, both of my parents were highly intelligent people. They were both high IQ, high intelligence. They were both successful, not just financially, but successful at seeing this realm. My mom could tell that the moon landings were fake in the 1960s, during it on television. She knew right away. She had discernment. She had a mind. She didn't buy just any bullshit that was on the television. She didn't believe it was real, that they were walking on the moon. She said it looked fake. It looked like a hoax, and it was. This was decades before the internet, do you realize? Before I was born, my mom could see through that NASA shit. What am I getting at? Well, I'm getting at something here. Hold on, people. I'm getting at something. Follow along with my train of thought. Focus. Focus. Pay attention. Pay attention. That bothers the demons when I tell them, pay attention. Creep Alley's jumping out of her skin right now, tuned in. That loser loves to watch me and obsess over me. Creepy. Creep Alley. Creep Alley Taylor. Callie, the creep. Creep Alley. Creep Alley. Crap Alley. My mom was highly intelligent. She skipped several grades in school. Several. She was high IQ. She wasn't just above average. She was above gifted. Her teacher friends would come to her for financial advice, for investments, for advice on all sorts of things. Retirement. What should they do? Should they put back into their pension? Should they do this? Should they would ask my mom. They would phone my mom. Lots of them over the years. My mom could fill out taxes. My mom could do all sorts of things without hiring someone. She could afford to hire someone, but she liked to do things herself. She was independent minded, not independent in the way of a feminist, but competent in the way of being able to handle filing taxes, doing this, investments, knowing about different things, not just one sphere of knowledge, but knowing about this, knowing something about that. Okay, a diverse amount of knowledge in diverse things. Diversity is our strength, as the government tells you. This was long ago, before those slogans. Anyway, what I'm getting at is this is gonna shock some of you. This might even make some of you cry. Genetics matters. Look at the screen and then listen to what I'm saying. Genetics matters. I know some of you don't like that because you're under the programming, under the mind control, under the stupid false belief that you can do anything, that someone with a sub 60 IQ that's a sub-Saharan African can do anything. You can't. I'm sorry to tell you. You might cry over this, throw a tantrum. It doesn't work that way. There are people with low IQs that are capable of just fitting little blocks together and maybe sweeping a floor or mopping a floor if they're shown every day what to do. They essentially have to be retrained on the same menial jobs daily. They can't remember how to do it. Some are a little bit better. They're trained once and they can do it. They can show up at their job or driven to their job and they can mop the floor or whatever. Certain things like that. But that's about the limit. Like they're pushing the threshold of what they're capable of even handling doing. And if they have to use their mind too much, they're stressed out and they'll talk about it. We're not all the same. As much as some of you want that to be the case, you're wrong. And you're delusional and you're not facing reality. You're not being honest. And I don't want those people around me. And I'm not kidding. This isn't trolling. Some still come to my channel saying, oh, I thought you were a troll, Stephen. Well, maybe you're not smart enough then to be here. And I don't mean that as a way of, oh, I just want to be mean to these people, put them down. I mean it in a very matter-of-fact and practical, pragmatic way that you might not belong here. You might belong somewhere else than here. If you just, every time I say something, if the thought runs through your mind, he's trolling, you might be too dumb, too stupid to be here. And yeah, that's blunt. That's putting it bluntly. But maybe you'd be better off on a channel that's a little bit simpler for you, or a lot simpler for you, where you can just listen. You don't have to think too much. And you don't have these paranoid thoughts of he's a troll or maybe he's trolling. I'm not trolling with these thoughts that I express here in my views. This isn't a trolling channel. So some of you are very lost, not just what you think about me. I suspect that if you can't see who I am and what I am, you're very lost in terms of how you see others in this realm and how you see the realm itself as a whole. I suspect you're very lost. And I am emphasizing it that way. If it gets under your skin, good. I'm glad. I'm glad if it bothers you, because it should. If it doesn't apply to you, it wouldn't bother you. But if it applies to you, good, great. I hope it gets under your skin enough that you keep coming here and eventually you're like, I've had it with this guy. Then go away. That's what I want. Okay, that's what I want. I don't want everyone here. And I've been putting this image up, this meme that I created, for I think over a month now. I'm not even sure. It might be 2 months at this point. But I made this a while ago. VIPs only. And I made other ones with VIPs only. That's not trolling. I know some of you might be too dumb. And you jump to the wrong conclusions. And that's low IQ that people do. And they think he's trolling us. He's trolling us. He's testing us. No, this is real. I only want VIPs. I don't want shit here. I don't want scraps. I don't want cockroaches. I don't want tapeworms. I don't want pigs. I don't want losers. I don't want niggas from the hood. I don't want that. I don't want that. I want VIPs only, intelligent beings. And then some of you, I know already, because I know your programming. You'll say, well, that's discrimination. Or you'll think it. You might not type it. You don't have the guts to type it. But that's discrimination. You're discriminating against low IQers. You're discriminating against retards and classless hood rats. Yes. Yes, I am. Yes. I have discriminating taste. Yes. And what's your point? You say I'm discriminating. I'm going to say, and what's your point? Now what are you going to say? Or what are you going to think in your mind quietly? He's discriminating. He doesn't want everyone here. He's not welcoming to everyone, to little incels with these tiny little munchkin cell helium voices. Elmo, the character from Sesame Street on helium. He's not welcoming everyone here. He's not welcoming creepy creatures here. No, I'm not. I don't want you. I don't want you on my channel. I don't want you in the same realm with me. I'm not trolling on that. That's not trolling. That's called truth. And some of you are mixed up. You're messed up in the head. You think, oh, it's got to be trolling. It's got to be. No one speaks this way. I've never, some have even said, like that creepy Keith, rebellious meth head puppet said, I've never seen anyone like him talk that way. No one. And then he said weird shit like, I've never seen a human being speak that. Well, I'm not a human being. For starters, dumbass, you're making stupid false assumptions like the low IQ trash that you are. Who says I'm a human being? Your rulers and masters that rule your mind? I don't have a mind ruled like that because I don't have rulers and masters and lords and gods, you fuck. Like you do, you creepy creature. A lot of you are following channels run by creepy creatures, and you're unaware of it. You've been doing it for years, some of you. Most of you, I'd say. Some of you are still watching that shit. You're still taking in the programming thinking, oh, this is good. If I just load up more on these shit channels, I've whittled it down to 50 shit channels. I'm only watching a dozen now. You're actually harming yourselves. And I've told you many times, but you don't get it. A lot of you don't get it. So be it. I'm watching you drink toxins and I'm telling you, hey, that's not good for you. It's not good for your mind. It's not good for your spirit. And then some of you are paranoid like that Joshua S. John saying, he's trying to keep you from going elsewhere to other channels. I'm trying to keep you from drinking the Jonestown fucking Kool-Aid. That's what I'm trying to do. But some of you insist on drinking it and I can't stop you. That's up to you. You're not choosing wisely. You're choosing to harm yourself spiritually and mentally and perhaps physically. Stressing yourself out watching fear porn channels that keep telling you World War III is coming, or the rapture's coming, or Jesus is coming back, or there's an alien invasion, and the 100,000 other fucking fear porn from conspiracy channels and quote truther sheep channels pushing fear porn, and people love it. They gobble it up. They're addicted to it. They're addicted to it, just like they're addicted to caffeine or nicotine, smoking cigarettes, or addicted to heroin or fentanyl or whatever. They're addicted to it like it's a drug. It's a drug for them. All this fear porn, they love it. They just, I can't get enough fear, and then it makes them feel shitty, and it wears down and fucks up their central nervous system, and they get anxiety, and they get overloaded, and they get miserable, and they get anxious and depressed, and it just fucks with you. It fucks with your life, and people are addicted, and they're like, oh, you're trying to pull me away from that. I've heard people say that to me, that I'm trying to pull them away from their addiction to fucking fear porn. Fear channels, shit channels, Team Evil, Shady Bunch channel. Can I make it clear enough? Some of you still don't get it. You think, oh, he's just joking. He likes those channels. No, I don't. I know what they're doing to you, and they're profiting off your misery and your fear and your anxiety. They're fucking with you, and they're taking cash for it. It's sick. It's gross. It's demonic, and you people don't see it. There's a few on my channel that do, of course, but you're the exceptions. Out of the people that have come to my channel by the thousands, very few can even see that. So there's something wrong with quote unquote truthers, because they're wearing blindfolds and they're very weak at looking at things realistically and saying, you know what, I am paying to have this fear porn. You said, a lot of you truthers took your TVs, turned them off, and said, I'm not watching mainstream media fear porn. It's all lies and fear. And you went to YouTube and you used YouTube as a replacement for television and TV news. That's what you did. And that's taking the nail and hitting it right on the fucking head. That's what most of you did. And you can shake your heads and break your fucking necks if you want to. Shaking your head so much in denial. Some of you are in such denial, you'll never learn anything. You'll never learn shit. But you've been buying fear porn from channel after channel, giving them donations, membership club money, Patreon money, cash apps, and super chats, and just, it's endless. And what are you buying? You're buying shit. And you don't realize it. Now, if somebody in person came to your door and they went knocking on my desk here. Hey, are you there? Is anyone home? Hello? Please open up. Anybody home? Oh, hey. Oh, thanks for opening, sir and madam. Thank you. I'm here to sell you something. I'm just going to be blunt. I'm not trying to fool you. I'm just trying to sell you something. And you're like, what is it? What are you here to sell me? And they have a bag, like a plastic bag, and they open it up. It's full of shit. Here, I'm here to sell you this shit. You'd say, fuck, I don't want shit. I'm not buying shit. You might even be aggressive and slam the door in their face. You might tell them to fuck off. Get the fuck off my property. Go away. But on YouTube, you're buying it. You're getting your credit cards out. You're using PayPal and Cash App and all these different ways to donate, including donating cryptocurrency. The sky's the limit. Some have donated full Bitcoins years ago worth 50 grand to some YouTubers, or part of a Bitcoin worth $50,000 a Bitcoin. And I've seen it. Gaddis has lived off of that. People have given him cryptocurrency like a Bitcoin or half a Bitcoin, which is a hell of a lot of money. Back then, half a Bitcoin was like 50 grand. Yeah. That's what you're doing. And you're donating books that are, some of these books are $1,000, $2,000, $5,000, and some are $200, $500. And some of you fucking idiots can't even afford to fill your fridge with groceries and pay your rent or pay your car payment or your bills. And you're giving to these fucking demons. You're stupid. And I'm trying to break you free from that habit. And it's almost impossible. It's almost mission impossible. I get comments every day on my channel defending demons. Every day on my videos. 1, 2, sometimes 3, sometimes 5 comments like that daily from idiots, fucking idiots that call themselves truthers, defending demons in videos that I made exposing these demons. You've convinced me, humans, you're addicted to shit. You're absolutely addicted to liars, to frauds, to narcissists, to felons, to demons, to the worst of the worst. And I can't pull you away or make you free. There's exceptions, of course. If it doesn't apply to you, then it doesn't apply. There's some here on my channel that don't watch demonic shit, and they don't send them money, and they don't buy break free or die trying mugs and stickers and shirts from a kidnapper, a convicted felon, and a sex offender. Break free or die trying is his slogan. And he's a convicted kidnapper and sex offender. You can't make this shit up. You just can't do it. He's rubbing it in your face saying, take the shit and buy it. And you're buying it. Maybe not you, individual viewer, but mostly on YouTube. There's about 175,000 people on his channel. He's making a living, a comfortable living, selling you shit. Maybe not you personally, but you, quote, truthers and truther sheep and humans that think that you're watching something on YouTube and you think, well, this isn't the mainstream media. This is good stuff on YouTube. You're following demons. You're following greedy shithead narcissists. How many times do I have to say it? I've made videos exposing them. Tons for years. People are addicted to that shit like it's heroin for them. It's disgusting to me. It's disgusting to me. You know what it looks like? It looks like if you had to sit in a room with someone and watch not just someone, but a group sitting there on chairs in a waiting room, and they're waiting somewhere, and you can't leave the waiting room. Let's say the door is locked, or you have to go to some appointment. You have to be around these creatures, and they're eating human shit right in front of you. You look like shit eaters. You're gobbling up shit, and you're paying money for it. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting to me. You're eating demonic shit, and you call it truth. That's what some of you do, and it's a great many. It's rare are the ones who don't do that. And some of you will say, I don't get notifications, Stephen. Well, maybe you're subscribed to 50 shit channels or 100. I don't know. How many shit channels are some of you watching? And then you warp it. Some of you are so paranoid you'll believe these shithead demons on TV will saying, see, he doesn't want you to watch anything. Watch all you want, but you're missing real content and you're paying for shit. Or you're giving them views, which gives them ad money a lot of times. You're paying them somehow. You're feeding demons. And it is gross. And by feeding them, do you think that's going to help you spiritually get out of here? Are you delusional? Because some of you just, you're at a level of you have so much knowledge, Stephen. They'll say, your knowledge, it's beyond knowledge. Knowledge alone won't get you out of here. And maybe that bothers you. Good. I hope it does. Because some of you haven't focused on spiritual things and morality and all of the teachings I've been trying to share here. You just focus on knowledge and money. Well, they're charging money. Maybe they're bad. Stephen's giving away free knowledge, as they call it. This isn't just knowledge. Any idiot can accumulate knowledge. You can read books and accumulate knowledge. That doesn't mean that you're a moral, good spirit, good being at all. You missed the fucking point. And that's what bothers me. That's what's still bothering me. That you miss what I'm doing. You don't understand what I'm doing here. You treat it like it's a textbook or a TV show. These are spiritual teachings. And for most of you, it isn't that. You don't see it. It's gone over your head. You think you understand, but you don't. You don't. I'm telling you, you're going to be judged, and some of you fear and you hate judgment. I'm not talking about life reviews by entities. I'm talking about beings like me will definitely judge you. I'm not that I'm hired or the Matrix is saying, oh, let him judge. No, I'm going to do that on my own fruition. You should be judged because some of you have supported demons that stand against me and try to harm me, try to threaten me. You deserve to be judged. You deserve it. And you will be. You can be afraid of judgment all you want. That's not going to stop me. Your fear doesn't work on me. Your beliefs and your lack of belief, your disbelief, doesn't affect me either. Some of you are warped. You think, if I don't believe in magic, it doesn't work. If I don't believe in that, it works regardless of your stupid beliefs or non-beliefs. You don't have to believe me. It works anyway. That's the beauty of it. I know I'm a powerful spirit. It doesn't require your fucking petty belief. I don't give a shit in your beliefs. I could walk out on the street and say to someone, do you believe the sky's purple? And they'd say, no, I believe it's red. Who gives a fuck? Your beliefs are empty. They don't require any evidence. They don't have to be real. They don't have to be true. You can believe in shit. You can believe that eating shit is healthy. That could be one of your beliefs. A lot of you are stuck on beliefs. You're in a fucking rut. And you just keep coming. You'll come on my channel and say, I believe, I believe. Take your empty beliefs and opinions and shove them up your ass. The same way same place you can put your religious beliefs if you still have any religious beliefs. Shove them up your ass too. And your political beliefs that you believe in voting or this party or that party. Shove it all up your ass. Your beliefs mean nothing to me. If you have something that makes sense, then I'll listen to you. But I won't just listen to your stupid beliefs. When you say, I feel like, and I believe, and you don't say, I think, you don't think. A lot of you don't think. A lot of humans don't think. That's what I'm getting at. You don't think. You believe and you feel. And you'll say, well, I feel like that's wrong. And I show you something true, and you say, I feel like that's untrue. I've been on channels in the past that gave them facts, and they kept fact checking and saying, the funny thing is he's right every time. They don't believe it at first, then it's right. And someone here gave them lots of credit and said, well, to their credit, they checked. And yeah, well, the point is they disbelieved at first. You have a pattern of that when it's true. When it's a lie, you believe in it. But if somebody tells you the truth, your first reaction is to disbelieve and view me as a troll. You're fucked up. You have discernment issues. You have discernment issues. And that's most in this realm. A lot of you don't want to admit to that. Most humans want to believe their discernment's good, and you constantly show how bad it is. Constantly. I don't care if you view this as negative. For the ones that say, this sounds negative, so negative. Just go fuck off then. Go to a channel that pumps up your ego with bullshit. If that's what you want, go away. Go away. I think the goal of a lot of humans is to try to hurt others. And I noticed that with a lot of people on the internet. They go on channels in attempts to eventually try to hurt them. You won't be able to hurt me. I don't care what you believe or disbelieve. It doesn't matter. It's not going to alter what's going to happen. So go ahead. Cling to that stuff. Cling onto it with a death grip right into your grave if you want to, if you feel you're clever. Go right ahead. Cling to your stupid beliefs.
Hypothetical, bro, because you don't understand like what you're protesting. Okay, now imagine this. Now imagine a bunch of black people, like we're all out here protesting. And they're like, what are you protesting? Oh, we want the DEA out of here, bro. Like the Drug Enforcement Agency is slowing down traffic for our traps, my nigga. We need them out of our community so we can continue to break the law safe and sound. That's what you're doing. That's what you want. You want ICE to leave so you can stay here illegal. That sounds nuts. You guys are protesting for crime, on behalf of crime.
He said it, I did it, but that's exactly it. This isn't about unity. This is emotional blackmail. They're guilt tripping the Black community over something they are clearly in the wrong for. And it's not okay. You broke the law and now you're mad because people don't want to help you dodge the consequences. I appreciate you guys for coming back to the channel. I am Carmen JC, and let's get into this mess. All right, let's talk about what's being said right now coming out of the Mexican community. I've seen the videos, I've heard speeches. Some are guilt tripping, some are crying, and some are just flat out disrespectful. So let's go ahead and take a look.
There's a small group of young minority men, and I've seen some black and I've seen some Asian, and of course you're gonna see the palm colored ones, right? But they're on here talking about these minorities, these illegals. They need to get, why are they waving the Mexican flag, and why are they protesting and rioting? If you don't like the American flag, why don't you just go back to Mexico? See, there's no deportation without representation, okay? And secondly, this fucking country is a melting pot of culture, races, nationalities. But there's no fucking American race, okay? This fucking country was founded by immigrants, and it stands on fucking stolen land. And furthermore, okay, when you motherfuckers are sitting here, why don't you go back? Okay, you're only saying that now because when it's convenient, they forced you to come here on a fucking boat, right? It's not to dismiss what you've been through, what your people have been through. Never. I will never dismiss the struggle of the black man. I will always be an advocate for fucking minorities. But your ignorance, your stupidity, your misinformation is misguiding you, my friend. And I'm talking mainly to these young, and it's not their fault entirely because of the society that we're growing up in. Think about it. We've had about 10 to 12 years of being exposed to Trumperism. Okay, so I understand where there's some misguided souls that want to fall into place with a certain fucking group, and hate is what runs them. Okay, but don't forget what the fuck happened back in the fucking day and what they did to you and your ancestors. And think about this. The Underground Railroad led somewhere. It led to fucking Mexico because slavery was illegal in fucking Mexico. So when that shit was happening, the Civil War, all that shit, freedom for slaves, the greener grass was in Mexico.
This was a full-blown manipulation attempt. He tried to twist history into the reason why the black community should protest for illegal immigration. His whole message was, we helped you once, so now it's your turn to help us. That is not unity, that is manipulation, and quite frankly, it is insulting. Y'all are so disrespectful to this country, you can't even acknowledge America for what it is or respect its laws. But instead, you're out here mocking Americans, calling them palm-colored people, acting like the rules don't apply to you, and spitting on the very nation you're demanding protection from. And that's exactly why we want people like you gone. Not because of your race, but because you clearly have no respect for our country, our laws, our history, or the people that live here. You hate America so much, then go back, please.
Yes, go back. Go back to wherever you came from. I want to wish Manny good luck. I think I did earlier, but I want to make sure. Good luck to Manny with your job interview. Hopefully he gets hired. We're in a good place where hopefully Manny gets hired somewhere and not only gets hired, but ends up liking his job or has a good situation, a better situation is what I'm trying to get at. I hope so. As for America being a melting pot, that's a misnomer at best. That's not accurate. I know a lot of Americans believe it. I'm aware of that. I'm aware of the brainwashing. I'm aware that people in Europe and in England might say America's a melting pot. A lot of people have been brainwashed, black, white, Mexican. A lot of you have been brainwashed. A lot of you have been brainwashed. I've showed this in the past. It's worth covering again for at least a few minutes. Do you know where melting pot came from?
Please, y'all.
Do you know where that whole thing came from? Was America known as a melting pot in 1776? Was America known as a melting pot in 1776? Was it a melting pot where they melted all these peoples together into a big pot? Was it a melting pot? No, it wasn't. Here's where it came from. The melting pot. This is what coined the term and the view that America is a melting pot. It was a play by Israel. This is the person's name. Zangwill. He was a British author at the forefront of Zionism during the 19th century and was a close associate of Theodore Herzl. He later rejected the search for a Jewish homeland in Palestine and became the prime thinker behind the territorial movement. Israel Zangwill. I'm sorry to Americans that are unaware of this, that might watch this. I'm sorry for you, but a lot of you don't know true history at all. You don't know about America. You haven't done the work. You haven't researched. I could talk about this kind of thing, that what's been done for hours, but I'm just showing you a real basic summary here. So the play depicts the life of a Russian Jewish immigrant family. The Quixanos, weird name. Quixanos, I don't know how to pronounce that, the way that they mean it. In the United States, survivors of a pogrom. Which killed his mother and sister. He composes an American symphony and wants to look forward to a society free of ethnic divisions and hatred, rather than backward at his traumatic past. All melt together into a melting pot. Blacks and Jews, and look at this. So he was born in London, Whitechapel, London, in 1864, a Jew in London, in a family of Jewish immigrants from the Russian Empire. His father was Moses Zangwill. Quite a name. You never hear that anymore. At least I don't. Maybe you do. Maybe you live around them. I don't hear the name Moses. Moses Zangwill. Straight out of the Bible. The Torah, the Old Testament, is from the Torah. Christianity is half Jewish. What is now Latvia. He dedicated his life to championing the cause of people he considered oppressed. So white people are privileged, and like most Jews, not all, but many, they champion the cause of those that they consider to be oppressed, including themselves. Such topics as Jewish emancipation, Jewish assimilation, territorialism, Zionism, women's suffrage, they've always been involved in that. And feminism, that's where it came from back then. The first wave of feminists were the suffragettes. They were terrorists and arsonists. A lot of you don't know history. It's okay, though. Stay ignorant. Go to your grave ignorant. How could this help you knowing this? Well, it might help you realize what happened to America and to the world if you looked into some of this. And you might start understanding deeper, oh, this is a hell realm. Oh, now I get it. And now I'm starting to get it more. This is a hell realm. They have deceived me. America wasn't supposed to be a melting pot. Here he is on the cover of Time magazine in 1923. So he wasn't just somebody that wrote a little play. Time magazine, he's on the cover, September 17th, 1923. Zangwill's work earned him the nickname the Dickens of the Ghetto. He wrote a very influential novel, Children of the Ghetto, a study of a peculiar people. Often these types of Jews love being peculiar. They love being odd. They kind of take pride in being that, in outcasts. I'm not saying all Jews. Not all Jewish people, but this type. And I know what I'm talking about. I'm not going to go for hours on this topic, but I know what I'm talking about. Not just about reading. There's ones in real life that take great pleasure and pride in being odd and Jewish, and that's a big part of their identity. They could be in Canada or United States for generations, but what they see themselves as is Jewish, and they'll say, I'm an outcast, I'm a Jew. That's their big identity. Peculiar, odd, they enjoy it. I don't care if you don't understand it. People that might be watching say, I don't get it. I don't get why they do that, Stephen. You have studying to do. You have work to do then if you want to understand. I don't believe most people want to understand because they won't put in the hours and the work that it takes to understand these topics. Most people are very simple. They'll say, well, you don't like Zionists. It's on you. They'll point the finger at me, not at what they've done. It's what they do as well. They're zero research, lazy creatures that don't have a clue of what happened. Former President Theodore Roosevelt leaned over the edge of his box and shouted, "That's a great play, Mr. Zangwill. That's a great..." This sounds so fake, but maybe it happens. Who knows? Maybe it happened. I meant to say, who knows? Teddy Roosevelt, beloved character. They're all sellouts. They sold you out. Melting Pot celebrated America's capacity to absorb and grow from the contributions of its immigrants. This wasn't a nation founded on immigrants. You've been lied to and duped. Zangwill was writing as a, quote, Jew who no longer wanted to be a Jew. His real hope was for a world in which the entire lexicon of racial and religious difference is thrown away. Get rid of difference. Racial and religious difference. Get rid of all of it. Just melt them together into a pot. Melting pot of soup. Portrays the tensions between the Jewish and Christian communities. They loved it. Melt them all together. That's what they want. Everybody melted together. No difference. Just make them all the same. Here's the caricature they drew of him, this tall, lanky Jewish weirdo. Zangwill is inaccurately known for creating the slogan, "A land without a people for a people without a land." He did not invent the phrase. He acknowledged borrowing it from Lord Shaftesbury. Lord Shaftesbury. Well, where does Lord Shaftesbury bury his shaft? Did he bury it in Zangwill's butt? I'm convinced most people in this realm don't want truth. They want to be deceived. You can shake your heads without understanding and say, I don't get it. That makes no sense. That's what most people do with the truth. They'll say it makes no sense. They don't get it. How does that add up? Make it make sense to me. Well, you demonstrate it as a species, humans. You don't want the truth. You love to be deceived. The truth hurts you. You don't like truth. You're not truth lovers of truth. You're buyers of lies and deceptions. You pay to be deceived. You'll pay fake psychics, fake astrologers, fake YouTubers, fake truthers on YouTube, fake felons that are fake truthers. You'll pay and pay and pay. You demonstrate it constantly. You just want to pay. You want to pay to be lied to. That's what most people love. And then you make excuses. Right? If you're honest. You'll say, I didn't know, Stephen. I didn't know your channel. And that's so what people do, though. They make excuses. You want to buy lies. Why not just be open and say, I like paying for lies? It feels better than getting any truth for free. I'd rather be lied to. Well, that would be honest, though. Most people can't do that. Ties in well with the new Colossus. What's the new Colossus? Some of you know it, you just don't know the title. It's by American poet, when women weren't allowed to write poetry, Emma Lazarus. She died in 1887, yet she's a famous poet. It's not remarkable. I didn't think women were allowed to read and write back then. They weren't allowed anything, weren't they? Were just cattle, weren't they? Before feminism, weren't they cattle? 1883, to raise money for the construction of a pedestal for the Statue of Liberty. They needed a pedestal for it. Really, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. Plaque is a casting. Bronze plaque inside the Statue of Liberty with the text of the poem, The New Colossus. This is the part people remember. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. It's written by a Jewish woman with a political agenda. America was not always a place that was designed to welcome the shit of the world. But it's all they have to do to get you to, they can make you believe anything. The huddled masses refers to the large numbers of immigrants arriving in the United States in the 1880s. And they were mainly Jewish from Imperial Russia, Jewish refugees. That's why she wrote the poem. She was Jewish herself and political. Emma Lazarus. Look at the nose. Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. She was involved in aiding refugees to New York who had fled anti-Semitic, they call it. They use that word. That word means nothing. Anti-Semitic pogroms in Eastern Europe. It all ties together once you start seeing it. Then it all ties together. Will most Americans ever see what I've just, in the few minutes that I just spoke? No, they won't. They'll never even look into it. They don't know where that poem comes from, those lines. They don't know where the melting pot comes from. They don't know where the Statue of Liberty comes from. They're patriotic, but they're ignorant. They'll say they love America. They know nothing about these things. Melting pot, give us your huddled masses, you're sick, you're poor. They don't know anything. They don't know Emma Lazarus. They don't know Israel Zangwill. They don't know the melting pot. They don't know the Jewish Freemason that made the Statue of Liberty. They don't understand any of this stuff. They don't understand how America got to be the way it is today, where it's being overrun with immigrants. It wasn't supposed to be a country of immigrants or a melting pot. Anyway, most people don't know anything, and ignorance controls you as much as lies does. And people love it because it's easier. Ignorance is easier than studying. They don't want to study anything. They just want to be entertained. Flick on a TV, be entertained. They don't want to learn anything. I love truthers. I love truthers sheep. That was me cracking open a Coke Zero. That's $1 million I get in sponsorship money every time I mention Coke Zero. That's another million. It's another million. Do you understand? I don't know if you ever will. I think that's what annoys me the most, the lack of understanding. People always are saying they understand, and then they don't show any understanding. Where are my baby truther niggas at? Tell me that Coke Zero's not healthy. Make a video saying Coke Zero's not healthy. You're so genius. Tell me it's not healthy. Make a video telling me it's not healthy, you fucking idiots. Tell me Coke Zero isn't healthy. It's a chemical mess, by my own words, but tell me it's not healthy. And then say, well, you're not going to live very long then if you drink Coke Zero. Yeah, you're attached to this hell realm, aren't you? You want to live here forever, don't you? You'll probably outlive me. But I don't think this will be your only lifetime here. You will probably outlive me. Congratulations to the people that say Coke Zero is going to kill you, or it's not healthy, you won't live to be 95 or 99. Congratulations if you outlive me. I think you're going to outlive me here, not just in this lifetime. I think you got many more to come with your views, because you're attached to this realm and I can see it from 1,000,000 miles away. You want to live here a long time? Live here, love here, live here long time? You go ahead. You go right ahead. You might have many more lifetimes here. Good luck. Best wishes. Here's your next lifetime. Maybe this will be you. Maybe this will be you. What's wrong with that? It's another life here. Maybe that'll be you. Maybe this will be you. I think there's a lot on YouTube that are very attached to this place. They love this realm. I'm not going to convince you otherwise. Stay in love with this shithole if you want to. Keep loving it. This is what I think of you. This is what I would do to you. Just squash you. That's what you come across as a lot. A lot in this realm. They claim to be human, and well, you act like cockroaches. You have no loyalty. None. You support shit. You support demons. You support evil. You support cockroaches. May you have many more lifetimes here if you're in love with this place. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. I'm not trying to set you free. You want this place, you can keep it. You can keep coming back to it. Keep coming back. I just shared a story in the chat room about a little girl. Defying the odds. Sophia Miranda. At just a few months old, baby Sophia Miranda has already endured more than most people will in a lifetime. A premature birth, 2 rare and life-threatening diagnoses, 3 emergency surgeries, and nearly 100 days in intensive care. Now her Coral Springs family is asking for help as they continue fighting to keep her alive and thriving. Sophia's parents, Kiera and Matthew Miranda, are working to raise $18,000 to help cover their daughter's extensive medical expenses. As of last week, they've received just over $2,200 through a GoFundMe campaign, but the emotional and financial strain continues to grow with each hospital stay and missed day of work. Quote, she needs 24-hour care, Kiera said. We were told she wouldn't make it over and over again, but she did. She's here. She's our miracle, end quote. Talks about her battle, necrotizing enterocolitis, a life-threatening intestinal condition that led to 2 more surgeries and the removal of large portions of her bowel. Today, she lives with short gut syndrome, relies on IV nutrition from a TPN machine, and may eventually need a small intestine transplant. She's dealt with so much in her very short life, and that's God's plan, that's God's design, that's what people support. People support torture and suffering. Through it all, Sophia has continued to fight. Sophia, she now receives daily care at Extended Kids Care, a new pediatric facility in Coral Springs that provides skilled nursing, therapy, and support for children with complex medical needs. Quote, for the first time we felt supported, Kiera said. Extended Kids Care has been a miracle. They care for Sophia like she's their own child. It's a miracle. When you have a child with multiple, it's just a miracle. It's all a miracle. It's all God's plan. And I'm convinced at this point in my life, most people will never see through it. I'll leave this body, and most people that I've spoken with, well, I'm wasting my breath. I'm wasting my energy. I'm wasting my efforts and time. Most people will not see anything that I'm talking about. It makes me question all the time now why I'm doing this, because I don't think it's reaching people. I'm trying, and they'll say, you're trying. It doesn't matter. It's not getting through. I don't think people want the truth. I think humanity's shown me time and time again, you don't want truth. You prefer lies. You're a species that prefers lies. You prefer lies. I know some of you get down that you can't reach your family, normies with this stuff, but it's beyond that. Most people can't be reached, including ones that call themselves quote unquote truthers. Most people can't be reached on any of this stuff. It just can't be. You can put in monumental effort, it doesn't work. You don't want the truth. You want the lies. You prefer the lies. One day I think it will be obvious that you've been lied to and that you followed liars on YouTube and that you rejected the truth or just didn't value it. I call it a rude awakening. And that's what you'll get. That's what you'll get. And that's fine. You've earned it. You've earned it. A lot have managed to live in this realm and treat it just like it's a TV show, including my YouTube channel. They treat this like it's a TV show, which says to me they don't deserve my content. They don't deserve access. Hello everyone. This little video is about groupthink hatred, or group hate think mob mentality. It's about Team Evil. Team Evil in general extends beyond YouTube, beyond these little piss ants on YouTube, beyond the cockroach club, the cucaracha club of YouTube. It's bigger than that. It encompasses this realm. You can see mob mentality firsthand, not just during protests, not just during riots. You could see it during 2020. Mob mentality, groupthink, and groupthink hatred. You can see it often in society. You can see it in any large group. There's groupthink. Anywhere. There's very few individuals in this realm that are independent thinkers. That's the way this place is designed. Now, a lot of people would blame the school system, the education system in quotes, as people like to call it. They'll blame the media, they'll blame parents, they'll blame governments, but what about the design of the human body and the human mind and the human brain? That's a big part of it. It's a big part of groupthink. And when groups form, they form hatred for certain outsiders and certain ones in which they have jealousy towards and envy towards and biases. They'll outcast them and say, them, that's the enemy, that guy. King Stephen's the enemy. I'll use myself as an example. That guy, he's causing division. He's calling out these channels. He's doing this. He's saying that. How dare he say that on his show? How dare he run his channels in a different way and his live streams differently? How dare he be his own being and not conform to us, to Team Evil? He should do what we want. He shouldn't be allowed to speak things that we don't want him to speak and say. He shouldn't be allowed to laugh at us, but we'll laugh in the comments by the hundreds or thousands about him. Some of these creatures have left hundreds of comments about me on channels in the last year. Sometimes some of them have left 300 comments on a single channel, and it's all comments about me because the whole channel's about me. But they don't look in a mirror and say, wait, we're guilty of that. We're ganging up. We have groupthink. We have mob mentality. No, they never do that. They never hold up a mirror or look in a mirror and say, we're guilty of what we're accusing his channel of. We call him a cult leader. We say that his viewers and his regulars and his mods, they're all cult followers because they don't like us. But what are they doing on their channels and their comments? What are they doing on Discord when they talk about me and my channel? What are they doing when they text each other and email each other I've even seen some of their emails forwarded to me, sometimes by mistake, sometimes on purpose. They talk about me constantly, but they'll never admit it. They'll just say, it's just him. He's attacking us. He's stalking us. He's harassing. He's doing this. He's doing that. Meanwhile, they plagiarize me. They lie about me. They smear campaign me. They character assassinate me. They do all sorts of things. They have no moral standards. When they don't meet my moral standards on my channel and they cross my boundaries, they get banned and then they can't take it. They'll hate me for years and talk about me obsessively. They fixate on me. They obsess over me. And they get in their little groups and they get together and they launch their attacks. They're full of groupthink hatred. Or group hate think, as I sometimes call it. Group hate think. Matrix hate think. Matrix hate think. Okay? And that's what they do. They're hive-minded. They're collectivists. They're conformist. Like lefties, commies, communists. I'm going to tell you something right here. Right here, right now, people. People. Spiritual boundaries and spiritual judgment are both necessary and healthy. Necessary and healthy. And these creatures will never take that away from me and change me. Never. They'll never get me to be as immoral like they are. These demons. These daemons. These groupthink, hatred-filled demons. These jealous, envious cockroaches in the cockroach club. These zombies full of hatred will never turn me into them. Never. Never, ever, ever. No amount of slander, smear campaigns, and their butthurt and their character assassination, and their lies and gossip and false rumors, and false accusations and their threats, they won't change me. They won't change my spirit, who I am. I am Viking strong. I'm a mad Viking artist. They'll never change that, no matter what they try to do. Never will they change that, ever. Never, ever. And these ones on YouTube are just a reflection of what you see in greater society, and I mean bigger society. Not that society's great. It's a term meaning the wider society, out there in greater society. Okay? Lefties by the millions, they have groupthink. Groupthink hatred and paranoia and jealousy for anyone who's confident, for anyone who doesn't cry at the drop of a hat, for anyone who's strong within themselves and has a strong character and is masculine. They hate me and ones like me. They hate that. The Rainbow Mafia, for example. They claim to be oppressed, but they want to cancel people and cancel their free speech and censor everyone. They want to be the tyrants, the authorities. They're not oppressed. They're power hungry. They're losers. They're demons. They're not oppressed. They're not victims. They want to victimize others. They want to use society and fear and propaganda and lies. And that's what they do. That is what they do. And they've been getting away with it for far too long. The Rainbow Mafia, the ones with false pride that go marching, the lefties, all of these ideologies like feminism, that movement. Goodbye for now, Wendy. Sorry, I was reading something on another screen, another window. Goodbye for now, Wendy. Take care. Hope you have a great day. They're not oppressed. They're the opposite. They're trying to gain power and game the system. They want you to believe they're oppressed so that they can oppress others under the radar and nobody will say, well, they're oppressive. They're the ones that are authoritarian. They're the ones that are power hungry. They're the abusers. They are. They're the demons. They're the abusers. They want to fly under the radar and fool you. And that's how they work. That's how they work on YouTube as well in these groups. These groups of Matrix, hate think. Groupthink, hatred. Matrix, hate think. They want to fly under the radar and say, we're the victims. He's the bad guy. He's the bully. And they're all ganging up, trying to attack me and make channels and videos and slander me everywhere. I can't even go live as a guest on a show without the whole chat room, or half of it at least, slandering and insulting and launching hate-filled insults. They're motivated by hatred. I hope it tears them up inside. I hope it burns them up. Let them be burned alive from the inside out by their own hatred. Let their hatred rot them and eat away at them. I live rent-free in their heads. They will never destroy me. Some of you will join them. You will end up joining them. You'll defend them and defend them until you either leave my channel or you'll get banned and you'll crawl over there to Team Evil and say, will you accept me? I got kicked out of his cult. You'll start calling it a cult, some of you, after you didn't view it as a cult while you were here. I know what humans do. Most of you are dishonest and two-faced. Janices. You want acceptance and approval from the bigger group. Most in this realm can't stand on their own. Can't stand for what's right. You'll stand with what's wrong so long as they pat you on the back and tell you that you're good. And those are the bad ones over there. The other, they're bad. The othering of groups like straight white men, for example. Oh, they're the bad guys. They have white privilege and straight white male privilege. And they're the patriarchy. And they're this and they're that. And they did this and they did that. And we should condemn them forever for what they did. That's what they do in society. And that's what they do on YouTube as well. Truthers, they call themselves. And the Panelverse, aka the Demonverse, as I nicknamed it, the Demonverse. And Truther sheep and Truther demons. Demons. They're demons. And I've been trying to expose them as demons. Felons, liars, frauds, fakes, grifters, thieves, plagiarists, like that red pill creature. They're fake. Don't trust them. Stop trusting them. It's necessary to set spiritual boundaries. It's necessary to develop and use spiritual discernment. Spiritual judgment is good and healthy and necessary. I hope this helps you. I hope this helps you see where you are and what the mob is. They're a bunch of haters in groups. That's what they are. Do 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 do. Hello, is it me you're looking for? What's going on, y'all? What's going on? What's going on? Hello, is it me you're looking for? I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your smile. Hello, is it me you're looking for? Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. How many people are here now? How many of y'all are here? How many y'all here?
Raven King. Do anything.
Do anything. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. I am the Raven King. I can do anything. I'm a living God on earth. I'm a deity. I'm a deity. I reign forever and ever.
Oh, El Diablo. Welcome back. You quit as the co-host. That is a fact. You can believe I don't deserve you, but you're not accurate or honest. So as far as I'm concerned, go elsewhere, my friend.
Coward, fraud, grifter.
See, I don't really respect nor appreciate liars and El Diablo Radio International, aka
You're a loser, stinky bum.
the Sanity Machine, right, Steven? Dude.
The Sanity Machine is the cream of the crop on YouTube, fucker.
You've got very little respect for the truth, and that brings you shame.
Your word doesn't mean shit. You're a liar. You're a fraud.
Oh, El Diablo. Welcome back. You quit as the co-host. That is a fact. You can believe I don't deserve you, but you're not accurate or honest. So as far as I'm concerned, go elsewhere, my friend.
Coward, fraud, grifter.
See, I don't really respect nor appreciate liars and El Diablo Radio International, aka
You're a loser, stinky bum.
the Sanity Machine, right, Steven? Dude.
The Sanity Machine is the cream of the crop on YouTube, fucker.
You've got very little respect for the truth, and that brings you shame.
Your word doesn't mean shit. You're a liar. You're a fraud.
Oh, El Diablo. Welcome back. You quit as the co-host. That is a fact. You can believe I don't deserve you, but you're not accurate or honest. So as far as I'm concerned, go elsewhere, my friend.
Cow.
Oh. El Diablo. Welcome back. You quit as the co-host. That is a fact. You can believe I don't deserve you, but you're not accurate or honest. So as far as I'm concerned, go elsewhere, my friend.
Coward, fraud, grifter.
See, I don't really respect nor appreciate
because there's so much evil and harm that people do to one another, and just so much malice. And I'm totally the opposite of that. Sure, if I had to, I would defend myself. If that means using violence as a means of self-defense, yes, I would. But I don't go out of my way to hurt people. I wouldn't. I'm not a malicious piece of shit demon.
He's a demon, mate. He's a demon. You tell on yourself with your body language, shaking your head back and forth as you speak, saying no, no, no.
Because there's so much evil and harm that people do to one another, and just so much malice. And I'm totally the opposite of that. Sure, if I had to, I would defend myself. If that means using violence as a means of self-defense, yes, I would. But I don't go out of my way to hurt people. I wouldn't. I'm not a malicious piece of shit demon.
He's a demon, mate. He's a demon. You tell on yourself with your body language, shaking your head back and forth as you speak, saying no, no, no.
Because there's so much evil and harm that people do.
Anyway, it's cool to go deeper into things and to examine things, right? And look beneath the surface. Let's take a look at this here. I'm just careful where I walk. All right, I'm going to end the stream here. Goodbye for now, everyone. Take care. Mad love and strength to all good spirits. I'll see you later. Bye-bye. Have a good day. If you care about the truth, like the stream, try to support free content. It isn't that hard. Really isn't that hard.